Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome here. We are in Spa. We are here for 4.5 hours, and we are here for some huge and important racing because it's 4.5 hours in GT3 and GT4, and apparently I'm the only stream of the two languages. So for once, I will take the complete domination of RFM. Fantastic news. Anyway, welcome everybody. At the moment, we are waiting for the qualifying to start, but obviously, as always, we can go on with the standings, which this time, trust me, they work. In GT4 overall, nice, a little change in the graphic. Dynamic MC Youngstars leads the way in front of Ford Club, Firefly Racing, Khalid Racing Team, and Fisher Racing Academy in the top 5. Now, it's important to mention the statistic in both GT4 and GT3 because the two categories will have for each their winner will have a lifetime license for ACC Drive, which is our sponsor of the our sponsor for the championship. Now, a couple of minutes before qualifying starts, now everything has to be set up and be checked accordingly, so quote unquote my race control it has to be started, so just a few seconds, but in the background you are seeing currently the GT4 standings. Now in GT3 it's slightly different, and with slightly I mean completely different obviously. In GT3 we have at the top of the standings West Competition Racing in front of Fisher Racing Esports, New Engine, Simmer, C Endurance by Barminia, and MR Part Coaching. Now in Donington, a couple of teams were missing. Okay, this is working. A couple of teams were missing, so this means that there is a bit of shuffle in the standings, but it's also important to state that, if I remember correctly, not all rounds are counted. If I remember correctly, you have 2 rounds on which you can simply void whether you are attending or not, and that's to give drivers and teams some more flexibility in their... Okay, something was broken in their schedules, so you don't have to attend every single event, you can just attend some of them, and not even with the same drivers. The important thing is that you remain on with your team name. And this is all working theoretically. Let me just check myself some. Okay, no, yes, everything is working according to plan. Just that many teams didn't set a lap time in the free practice. So for a moment I was afraid that I was with the wrong split. I can't speak anymore. With the wrong split. Anyway, in Endurance, as I was saying, let's just go back to the top of the standings. West Competition Racing leads the way. Last time around, they weren't in a good spot in GT3 in qualifying, and then they won the race. They won the race with their Lamborghini lineup after starting from 2nd place. Fisher Racing Esports had quite a day, let's say, mostly because their major enemy was their teammate's car in GT4, because both in qualifying and in the race there was contact among the GT4 and 3 cars for Fisher Racing, and eventually this led to a couple of huge contacts, especially the one that led to the GT3 team that was in P3 to lose the podium, and then to get into P4, then to slide off as the race went on. But now we are in Spa. Now we are here waiting for this incredible race to go on. Obviously, huge thanks to all of our sponsors that you can see on screen at the moment. Mesh, Nitra Concept, ACC Drive, which also sponsor the championship. Go setups on which you can have a little discount in their website if you use the code from LFM that you can see in chat. caseking.de, which is the website where you want to make your purchase, and it's magic. I'm also noticing that, yeah, the Steam title is wrong, but unfortunately I cannot edit it, so I have to cope with it, simply put. But if you haven't recognized me already from last week, I'm Cristian Romano, and I'm here to bring you the endurance in racing as the qualifying goes on, and we can go into our main black screen. No, never mind. Into our main. I just noticed that something is wrong. Now it's correct. Into our main broadcast camera. All of the teams are already fighting to get the lead of, well, the lead of this pack of cars. If you are new to this kind of races in LFM, GT3 and GT4s are on track at the same time, and they have 20 minutes to put their lap time. On the tower on the left, you will see the first 22 teams, and the rotation is automatic, and the rotation will show you their session best relative, which now is empty, their nationality, and their manufacturer's car. Whilst in the race, you will see also the delta position and obviously the race gaps in a more distinctive manner. No livery for Motor Sharks Esports, with Valsoft clause of driving in a 113. And also, if you are new, I like to pick the first car though, Hoplite Esports team. If you are new to LFM altogether, welcome first of all. And second of all, the numbers are actually expressing their strength, theoretically, according to the field. So the 104 is the fourth strongest car in the first group, which is GT3. And for example, Schumacher in the 403 is the third fastest car in the GT4 field, therefore the 4 at the very first part of the name. Now Axel Ramone will bring us on track for our first time lap into La Source, turn 1, and then downhill. And in qualifying, you're probably going to make it flat as fast as you can, uphill into a Rouge Latillon. It is indeed flat. No lift off here into 5th gear, and then just at the very late moment, the latest possible moment into 6th gear, because it's uphill, and then you brake roughly here at the very start of the curb to the left, and then cut to the right over the AstroTurf, over this curb, which you have to take a bit cautiously, because there is a bit of a bump when you exit the curb. And then into Bruxelles, the hairpin into 2nd gear. Two different lines here, a U line and a V line. U line for Ramone, who goes into no name, or Jack Hicks, as fast as he can, into 4th gear, and then Pujon, which in Formula 1 is made flat. Here you have to downshift into 3rd and then 4th to get more rotation, or just to keep yourself into 4th to have a more progressive deceleration. And then into Campos, right and then left, over the AstroTurf on the right, where the track limit is pretty wide, and then into Stavelo, then turn 16, as we then approach one of the hardest turns, because usually you want to make it flat, but it's very common to just miss the correct racing line and to go a bit wide, and going wide there means a track limit in the race and a lap invalidation in qualifying. And then into Boschimon, to the bus stop, then we go, final 2 corners, into 1st gear, a bit wide there, so I think it is, indeed it is a null lap for Ramone, as he launches himself again, although it was a 16.9, but clearly wasn't happy with his attempt, as he went very wide in entry. Tommaso Pagliai, on the other hand, went in at the very first moment, and it's a 15.9, so we have our first 15 lap time in our hands. Ian Rachel The Bentley for DXT Motorsport is in 3rd place, as Karlsov is now in 2nd. For Motosharks Esports, 15.935, so 2 cars in the 15.9s, 5 milliseconds only between the 2 cars, now in 1st and 2nd, both in the Aston, if I remember correctly. The Reparto coaching, always in the Aston Martin, and always the Italian team here. The 1-2-4 this time around. Schnekenburger just went on for LFM Esports to put the car in 5th place. And let's see if somebody else goes over the line. Team 32, another recruiting in 13th. In GT4, Tobias Gebel is now leading the pack in the Ginetta, in the car number 404 for roughly 20 seconds, not even 11 seconds. After Grenier in the McLaren, because the pilots went in for the 407 lineup to put the car in 3rd place, as Polyakov is now your new leader in GT4, 28.0. Up ahead is still the same, but remember the GT3 cars are quite a tiny bit more of time to get heated up compared to the GT3s, to the GT4s. As it stands, Lucas Schnekenburger in the Aston Martin number 108 is pretty much going on to put the car in pole. There is a good chance for the car 108 to set itself in pole position. Ramone is also very close to making pole. Even for him, in matter of fact, he does so with a 15.4, half a second in front of Pagliai, completely annihilating the field with a 15.4. That's a lot. As Ruschel just went very quick, but Bastian Richter is now your new pole sitter in the Porsche 992. It was a while I didn't see a Porsche leading the qualifying run, and the 103 for Team Nitro does so with a 15.3. So now it's a battle between Ramone and Richter with 12 minutes to go. So very little time for these cars, as BS Plus competition goes on to put the car in 2nd. The theoretically BMW official esport team is now in 4th after Redon Messoa, as the French connection is now in 2nd place, 15.4. Another time it's the Porsche. Schnekenburger went in 3rd. And Pagliai just set this car in 5th without an improvement in the last lap, which happened for Drake Cruz. As I was saying, the car in 4th place. So I think Bastian Richter is using a different line compared to the usual. Using the telephone on the right, as Messoa went in the pits. And I will just take a bit. Oh, never mind, they just decided that it wasn't worthy. And back in the pits, 10 minutes, no, 11 and 40 seconds to go. And in GT4, it's still the same. Nikolai Polyakov is now exiting the pits for Ford Club. Luis Petzold for Dynamic MS Youngsters in the Maserati is now in 2nd place in GT4, as Bufby just put the car in 24th place with a very slow 24. Fabian is still in 3rd for Pixel Pilots. Now I wonder if the 101 is going to do a first attempt, which, looking at the time, it's very likely in the Lexus. So Bastian Richter is now back on the Porsche, as their sister car in 23rd follows them, although it's the sister car just in the livery, not in the car itself, in the team itself, apologies. Los Patos Hermanos are currently launching themselves, and Finn Zimbal just put the car in 10th place in the Lamborghini 109 for Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, which theoretically is one of Lamborghini's official esports team in ACC. There is a bit of an improvement here for Arseny Pobeninski, the 114 Lamborghini. I just want to be sure that everything is... Maybe I've got a way to do it. Let me just try. No, I feel I cannot edit the title. Yes. So I will have to ask some higher ups to help me out here. I will continue my I continue my commentary here into Spa-Francorchamps as Pobelinski just slowed a tiny bit down, but there is a GT4 in the middle, and unfortunately his lap is ruined. That Porsche was car number 4. Oh, I couldn't pick it up. There it was the car number 416, and it was not on a valid lap, so there is a good chance that there will be some impeding penalty for Porsche, as Grenier just went back into the pits. No improvements for nobody. Not even in GT4. Okay, no, there is somebody in GT4 that is improving. There is currently Tobias Gebel for TG Racing in the Ginetta 404. 32nd at the moment, or 7th in GT4. But the improvement is around 6 times, and so there is a good chance that this car could jump a couple of other drivers and teams to the point of reaching the first row. 28.9, there is a good chance there. As in GT3 nothing still changes, but let's be fair, the majority of the drivers are just now exiting the pits. The Ginetta driver with a very noisy car. Ginetta which just unveiled their GT2 race car, and I'm pretty interested about that. I'm very interested about Ginetta's return to the GT3 class, if it will ever happen, but I think they are pretty much happy with the GT4 and now GT2 efforts, as Gebel goes quicker, 30th place. But it's not enough to put the car at the very top of the standings by very, very little time, as Grenier still is in front of Gebel, and also now back on the racing surface. A very Wesley Richter is already going quicker. Apparently he's improving already after just a couple of corners, but it's very important to nail the second sector. Now into Bruxelles, the hairpin, and there is a 10th. There is another 10th for Bastian Richter. It is important because Kolosov is also improving by a very, very, very narrow... Oh, never mind what I said. That was the rear slipping off, and that's also very likely the lap gone for Bastian Richter. We can have a replay of that. That was very, very narrow to disaster. So just quickly go on to see the replay from the outside. Look at this as he goes into no name. Into the left-hander, slightly wide on the apex, It's not really visible from here. It was way more visible from the inside camera. But yeah, it's very important for Richter's lap, because that was practically the lap getting nullified for Richter. Kolosov is still improving though, as he goes into no-name just wide enough to keep the car on the racing surface inside the track limits. But at the same time, he lost a tiny bit of time. He's currently 4th. There are a couple of teams in front, but they are in the pits, and I'm not sure they will jump off. Although now there is a Mercedes-Benz sitting on the outside. Oh, police. Which gives the way to Kolosov. Faster car. They don't have to do it in the race. They just have to do it in qualifying. As Richter is launching himself once more. Still trying. Kolosov is literally flat on himself. Okay, this is a very bad... okay, never mind. Kolosov, his improvement is literally 0.00. Can he improve at the very final part of the track into the bus stop, which is not really a bus stop anymore, but the name still stands? 13, 14, 15, 15.6. It doesn't improve. It's just enough to lose the momentum, getting to at least third or even second. It doesn't. Speaking of third and second, Ramon and MSA have the same lap time, 15.432, but Ramone set it first, and so he sits in second place. MSA has to improve by a single millisecond to get second place. And on the other side of the racetrack, Jan Rochelle is currently in 8th, 15.910, and he's improving for DXT Motorsport in the 112 Bentley with his gold livery. Okay, yes, now the title is correct. So yeah, everything should be correct. So yeah, Ramone and MSA have the same quali lap. Just noticed in chat that somebody mentioned it before me. But yeah, that's why Ramone is still ahead, MSI is still behind. Ramone just made it early on. Not many big improvements on the back of the grid, unless we count with the 126, Simon Kosu. 25th at the moment. He's improving by 2 seconds, is 19.3, which would set the car in 23rd. He made an improvement. He remained on the back of the grid. So Rochelle now possibly having some... Oh, that was a Ginetta going very slow just before Bashimo, giving the way to the Bentley, which sits on the opposite side of the cockpit. I mean the camera and the driver, as they both have a switch side. A very good bust up there, because Rochelle gained 2 attempts there on his attempt. He does improve, 15.8, but it's not enough. He remains in 8th place. As Richter will not improve, he is in the pits. Ramone is in the pits, so maybe Messa can. He is, again, even for him, 0.0 on himself. In GT4, it's also the same, the 402. Oh, that's a GT4, unfortunately, just in the way of Messaud's line, and so this is not going to be an improvement for the Porsche, but he's not stopping because there is still a lap to go. If he can get to the finish line in 40 seconds, which he will, and Alendré Cruz arrived at the line with a 15.662, which was 62 milliseconds slower than himself, and so this will not be an improvement. All the cars with the red flag showed means that they are in the pits, and that they will not come out again. Mikhail Krasov about to improve himself in the GT4 category, and Luis Petzold is also doing the same by 2 attempts, which would just be enough to improve, but not the position, as he would remain in 4th place, in 2nd place, apologies, in class, behind the current pole sitter, who is also still improving. In GT3, Mesua is okay. Yeah, that's definitely a way to say that the lap is gone, and that's a long slide into the barriers. Ooh, Mattia Max for l'Alfa Racing Team in the Aston Martin 111. Attempts. He is improving a lot. He can get into 6th place. If he can just get the bust up right, which he seems to be doing. 4 attempts on himself, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5, now 3. So a bit of a slow exit, but he jumped a lot of cars, and now it's 9th place for Mattia Max. Just behind the Rothschild by literally 5 milliseconds. And it's 9th place for Max. And so in GT4 it's pole position for 4th club, although they are still trying the improvement. And Kevin Maniram is still on track and also improving. He requires not much, a tenth and a half to get a better place, as Mikhail Krasov doesn't improve the time, 28.0, and it remains the same. Maniram lost car. Oh, there was a GT4 there. So yeah, this will not be an improvement in position nor in time for the Mustang in the close quarter racing. So I think only the 101 is still on track, but this team will start from the very tail end of the field. 124 is the last lap that is still on. Oh, never mind, there is another one behind. Apologies. It's the 109. The 124. MR Reparto coaching with Tommaso Pagliai trying an improvement, which doesn't happen, and so Pagliai ends qualifying session in 11th. Zimbal improves 11th place for Vincenzo Sospiri Racing. That's the Lamborghini in 11th place. And there is still a GT4, Fabian Parque, which ends in 38th place. So this is standings in for both GT3 and GT4 for roughly 2 seconds, as we instantly go into our starting grid. Now it's important to know if and when the... It's okay, I will just give a minute of time to let the system manage the qualifying results. And so in the meantime, we will see the standings, the results, apologies, from last time in Donington, because in Donington Park, the race ended with West Competition Racing leading Semi-RC Endurance and Bellic GT with MR Reparto Coaching in 4th and New Engine in 5th, with Fisher Racing only 6th. And that's important for the standings. And this is the field in GT3, with only 8 cars not being lapped in the very tiny Donington. In GT4, slightly different situation, with Dynamic MS Youngstars in the 402 leading 4th club, in 2nd Calit Racing Team in 3rd, Dynamic MS Youngstars, their 2nd team in 4th, Flamingo, which started in pole position, and in 5th place, then Fisher Racing Academy in 6th place. It's important in standings because these are standings in GT3. Series, West Condition Racing leads, Fisher Racing Esports, New Engine, Sim-RC Endurance by Barminia, and MR Reparto Coaching in 5th place. And on the other side of the table, there is the GT4 with Dynamic MS Youngstars leading 4th club by a bunch of points. Firefly Racing in 3rd. This is the Calit Racing Team and the Fisher Racing Academy in 5th place. Now we go into our grid, because say that we're going to our grid because okay, because Simmer CN2, no, okay, this is the wrong one. This is still the wrong one. Let me just see if everything works, which usually doesn't. Ta -ta -ta, ta -ta -ta. Let me see. Now we should. Please do. Please do work. I need it. Okay, thank you very much. Team Nitro leads the way with a 2:15.3. Then Ramune in the Uplight Esports team, second place for the duo in second place. Then Redome Soa, French connection, solo driving the full 4.5 hours. Ladislav Kolosov with Alexander Pogorelev in the Motor Sharks Esports, 15.4 for them. Alan Drake Cruz and Nils Naujoks for BS Plus competition with a 2:15.6 starting in 5th place. Lucas Meckenburger set the car in 6th place for LFM Esports, number 108. Sebastian Denner with CMRC Endurance by Barminia set the car in 7th place. Last time around, the CMRC was a car to look every single moment. The XT Motorsport with the Bentley in 8th place. Just behind is Alpha Racing Team with a 111 in 9th place. Then top 10 completed rather by Best Friends Esports in the 2:15.8 in car number 106. 109 Vincenzo Sospiri Racing. The Lamborghini starts in 11th with Finn Zimbal and Lukas Schubeck in 11th. Then for some reasons, okay, now it works. Emery Parto Coaching is in 12th place with Oystein Brunum, who set the car for West Competition Racing only 13th, so they have to make some overtakes. Unfortunately, the Mustang is still glitched, but Fisher Racing Esports starts in 14th place overall. 15th place for the Lamborghini number 120. That speed starts starting in 15th. Arseny Podensky put the car in 16th place for replay to 16.0. And solo driving even for him. Ori Meggans in the Ferrari, the Dutch team for Inflix Racing, 17th place for them. And this time without the magic livery, which I really like. Eurobit Intensifies, currently glitching inside Inflix, is in 18th place. Ian Hoppel put a very colorful car, Datmus Castle, in the 117. Solo driving, even for Ian Hoppel. Anatoly Kritin, solo driving, Team 32, McLaren Inception, in the 121, 20th place. And then Dustin Herpel, even for him, solo driving, new engine, only 21st, and he is one of the top 5 teams in the standings. Another solo driving, Romo van Niemen, 22nd for Raptor Victor Racing, then for the close quarter racing, 23rd place for the 125. The Porsche Los Patos Hermanos 126 starting 24th with a 17.8, and then we've got Pit Speed Racing 18.3 for the duo, for the German duo, and then the 101, which technically didn't set a lap time. Josh Bouvi solo driving for the 255 competition by Go Setups. Last to first, will it happen? Leading the GT4 field, Ford Clavin and Maserati 402 228.0, and then just behind is the Dynamic MS Youngstars. Maserati, which is... ah, okay, it's just glitched around, because it is Firefly Racing in the 403. And then, yeah, okay, it's likely glitched. Okay, maybe someone is missing, actually. I think someone is missing. As TG Racing is in 30th place, so yeah, someone is missing. Desmo Racing 405 in the McLaren, and then I suppose it's... oh, okay, no, it's the 407, which was glitched for some reasons. Chevrolet starts in 33rd. Apex Predator Racing Team, the Ginetta starts in the 409 in 44th place. 408 Team for Endurance Event. Okay, that's a very general name. 35th place. 36th for Saka Trip, solo driving Vitaly Deniesco. As the 37th team in the standings is the Rank Racing, solo driving Jason Drabble. Fabian Parke, the duo for Buchholz Racing Team, starting in the 410 McLaren, 38th place for them. Albert Wesker and Marcello Panetta in 39th place as a 420 Brazilian trio Slow Motion Racing in 40th place. Then we got Tatsu Racing in the 412. Jonathan Barracuda will solo drive these 4.5 hours with Aki Raunio for Akigua Racing 415, so driving even for him. 43rd place for the Mercedes number 417. Delta Hunters starts just in front. George Chalas in Backmarker Motorsport 419. Apologies. And 421 McLaren SR97X in 45th place. Then Ginetta 422 Randall Racing in 46th place. And completing the field, 47th place for NL Esports Racing. As Michael Tucker is now in... No, it's the real Oli. Yeah, it's definitely the real Oli. Trust. I confirm everything. I am the Haas team. Michael Tucker will lead the way in the 103 Team Nitro Porsche, just in front of Axel Ramone, the Hoplite Esports team. Side by side, 47 teams, and this is possibly the biggest field we will have until the greatest race in the 24-hour later during the month. And with later during the month, I mean next week. There is the 24-hour Nürburgring, be sure to check it out. But now we are here for 4.5 hours in Spa-Francorchamps. As you go from the helicam, as always, it's way more useful for the very start of the race. This is away from the green light. And green light, and away we go. It's a nice start from everyone without huge exceptions. I can see from here, although they've been going very slow in the uphill section, getting overtaken by Lucas Schreckenburger in the Aston Martin 108, and Lucas Rode also applying pressure, not even applying pressure, actually going side by side with the BMW, who had a good start but apparently had a very bad continuation, losing another spot fundamentally. But on the very upper part of the field, there is a battle between... Oh, there is a car going sideways, and that's an Aston Martin. That was Jeffrey Migorino Ricci going sideways. We will see the replay afterwards, with Tommaso Pagliai also getting involved in the 1-2-4. But for now, the top 5 remains the same. But the top 4, as Zimbal completes the overtake on the Vincenzo Sospiri Lamborghini. And now the Bentley of Ian Rushell is just ahead in the 8th place. As you can see, with the Lamborghini just following behind in 10th place. But up ahead, the Porsche remains in the lead with... Oh, there is a side-by-side there. It's a very important side-by-side. That was Roman Van Niemen going there. Oh, that was... Apologies. Mathis Croce and Oystein Brunum going side-by-side into Campos and Stavelo now, as Oystein Brunum trying to achieve more positions for Western Condition Racing. Oh, going on the outside, trying the longer run. It doesn't really work out. It's Matthias Croce who gets a better speed there, but we go back to the very top of the field as Axel Ramon going up it, wobbly on exit on Blanchimont, maybe going for the move. He doesn't dive bomb. I thought he would have done so, but he doesn't. He remains behind. Maybe waiting for a better opportunity for the French driver who looks at Archer's rear end in an hypnotic way. Oh, that was close of going a bit wide and nearly losing the position of Schreckenburger. As that stands, Miguel Ricci also gained the position, number 16 on Tommaso Pagliai. We'll see the incident later on. George Buffy goes quicker than anybody else. Oh, that was a bit slippery on the rear for Taucher, going a bit sideways on the uphill section, by doing so losing some time. And that's also Axel Ramone going with a better camera side by side with the leader at the end of the Camel. Can he get the position. He does so. He gets the lead. He gets the first place, and that's actually Ramune now leading the pack, just in front of the pole sitter, Michael Tasher. The race is long again, very slippery on the rear end, and this could be a very huge opportunity for. Oh, there is a car off. Oh, that's Brandon. Oh, that's Brandon completely off. Something happened to Brandon. Oh, he's into the grass. West Competition Racing is into the grass, the leader in the championship is into the grass. We'll see instantly what happened here, because this is a huge one. Oh, he was side by side with the Lamborghini. Into the combo. Oh, there was a contact. Oh, a full contact there. 360 degrees, maybe. No, just 180. And unfortunately, he goes for continuation of his move on the grass, and that's Brandon now at the very last spot in GT3. Huge one for the standings. As again, you can see Tasher is very nervous and loose on the rear. His nervousness, or looseness rather, is what led Ramune in first place. In the first place. Which is for the wordplay there. And this is currently putting Mesa in a very important position into making a good move into second place. Now remember, in Donington, Ramone himself was what brought disaster to his own race. After a bit of a nervous move on the inside of this very team, CMRC Endurance, who is now in 6th place. And getting kept by Regenburger. I'm currently showing only GT3 because that's where the main fight was, to be fair. As soon as the fight gets loose a tiny bit, I will obviously show GT4. But as it stands, we are battling for the lead in GT3, so I will keep the momentum here at the moment as Michael Tasher is going side by side in the Camel Straight with Axel Ramune. Can he get a position back? He doesn't. Oh, there is contact. Oh, there is a cool, very loose moment for Tasher and Ramune. Ramune, who collided with Tasher. Both drivers went off for a brief moment, and this is putting Mesua in a very important position. Can he take advantage of this situation? He doesn't do so. He remains in second. He remains in third. Just behind the car in second, which is Michael Tasher, still in second place. But it's very dangerous here. And it's possible that a major incident can also happen. There isn't a single second of gap in the intervals. We just have to go into 11th place to find more than a second of gap between two cars. Also, there is the battle for the lead in GT4 now. As you can see, the Maserati very close to the other Maserati. That's Petzold and Krasov battling for the lead. As I'm currently keeping under control what's happening at the very top of the field. Now can Dynamic MS Youngstar take the lead? We'll see afterwards, because this is very important now. Mesua is practically tailgating, not even tailgating, actually making contact with Tasher for a brief moment. I think there was some contact with Tasher. At least some bump draft happening into Blanchimont. He doesn't make a move. There was some huge defensive action for Tasher, as Rode is now your quickest car on the field. But everything remains the same here. It is clear that Mesua has a better advantage on the exit compared to Rauscher, who is struggling a tiny bit more on exit speed compared to the French behind, who is, remember, solo driving. Now Hapil into the Camel Straight. I think there is a good opportunity for Regenburger on Kolosov. Oh, actually, everything remains the same here. Now, does something change in GT4? And after this, I will show you the replay, which led Jeffrey Migarino Ricci. And oh, something happened to Bagliai! Oh, he's into the grass! He's into the grass! He's losing a lot of time. And he's currently now in 24th place. And he will remain in 24th place. What happened here to the Italian? So there was an overtaking action between the Ferrari, which was the 115. I can't really... Oh, there is a... Yeah, that's into the wall. Oh, that's heavy into the wall. Yeah, that's some damage. That's some damage for the Italian driver and the Italian team, which is now in 24th place with a damaged car. Huge one there. And the GT4 battle still goes on here, and the same way with the two Maseratis still tailgating one another. Now, can I look back at what happened to Pagliai and Miguelino Ricci in the 106? The 124. So probably I can. So this is what happened early on. I saw a contact between cars. This is possibly what led to Jeffrey Miguelino Ricci losing some time. Oh yes, oh yes, that's definitely on the Italian team. We saw just the latest part of the action there in live, and now in the replay we saw the initial part. It was a contact between the Italian team and the car currently in 14th place in the 106, but we will see this battle, because look at this. From Nitro's, Team Nitro's rear wing, can Messoa get the second place he so much wants? Tauscher doesn't have the slipstream. Messoa does have the slipstream, but apparently the setup is very good for Tauscher. He remains in second, even without slipstream, compared to Messoa, who has to... Oh, that's something else happening there. It's a free wide situation with Bobby going on the inside, going for 3-in-1. He does make a double overtake on both Hoppel and Buescher. Buescher, who lost a lot of positions there. So not really a lot, but he lost positions on two cars, but tries to gain back the place. That's Jan Hoppel and Christian Buescher trying to battle, actually making a very nice battle for 16th place now, as there is also a very aggressive Ori Meggans in 19th place in the 1-2 Inflix Racing in the Ferrari, just behind the Mustang. Apparently, situation still on the edge for these two. Oh, there was a contact. I think there was a contact between the two Maserati. Not sure, but they are still one chasing the other. Now back here, because we are in second place, we are still in Team Nitro's rear wing. Oh, there is a dive on the inside for Messoa. Can he maintain the position? No, he completely loses the car. He cuts the chicane. Can he at least remain in third as he goes back on the racing surface in front of Valdiv Kolosov, who will probably ask for the position back. Or not really the position back, but rather that he gained an advantage. But Messoa remains in third, as Buescher and Meggans battling out of the bus stop chicane. And also the Mustang trying the move on Herpel. That's Hoppel going for the move on inside line. And it's also Meggans going for the very same move on Buescher. So it's a double two-way fight into the happy section, into Radiglione. The Lamborghini remains ahead of the Mustang, which left some throttle there, and the uphill section with the Ferrari gaining the place. That's Ori Meggans for Inflix Racing in front, and Buescher remains behind. Meanwhile, Kritin in the McLaren and the Ferrari of Van Niemen are also battling out of Le Combe into Bruxelles. So Ferrari gains the place. They remain side by side in a moment where, honestly, the pace was the same for these two teams. With a Ferrari that finally gained the place on the McLaren. As we will have a look into the Kemmel Straight, the GT4 split, which, as you can see from the minimap, they are slowly getting approached by GT3 field. Slowly but steadily. Karasov, who effectively put an enormous wall between Ford Club and the Dynamic team, with 4 temps being gained. Now it's a bit different, the story here, the storyline, which, to be honest, put the Maserati number 402 in an easy game, at least looking at the qualifying gaps, but the 402 cannot escape from the Dynamic. As a matter of fact, the times have been practically the same, with these two teams having only 4 temps between each other, and Petzold on the same difficulty cannot really escape from the car following, who is Luis Petzold, apologies, Yannick Schumacher in the 403 McLaren, still applying pressure, although this time around a bit less pressure is being applied to the duo up front, who are probably trying to escape to, at least from the 3rd placed GT4, which is the McLaren we were following early on. MSI is still tailgating, although not in a BMW. The car in front. Tauscher's last lap was a 16.775. MSI's last lap was a 16.7. And you can see the gaps on the bottom right of your screen. And there is a yellow flag. Oh, there's a yellow flag. Someone is off. Oh, that's a huge impact into the barriers for Kritin in the McLaren. Something happened to the McLaren, obviously, but what happened is the real question. Out of no name. Outside. Oh, he just lost the rear. Oh, a huge shunt into the barriers, which will probably put an end. Matter of fact, the McLaren is now into the pits. It was saying an end to the McLaren's race. So we have our first DNF of the race at the moment. 47 teams started, and only 46 will probably end the race. As Petzold is now leading the GT4 field. There was some contact for the 401. So possibly some contact while the overtake was happening. You can see here on the Kemmel Straight. Look at this huge speed on the Kemmel, as the Dynamic went on to the outside of Lecombe to make the move. There was some contact, some argy-bargy, someone would say, and then the overtake happened just before Lecombe was over. And so we have a new leader in GT4. So a bit of a surprise, considering the gap in qualifying was 4 temps between the car in 2nd place and the car in 1st. Now it's the opposite way around. Now can the French driver put the car in 2nd? Apparently he cannot do so. As the French remains in 3rd, and Paglia is still battling with a lot of cars here, but he is with a heavily damaged race car. As the mayor report to coaching. As there, Brenum went on to overtake on the outside Simon Kossuth. That's for 23rd only. But remember, both Brenum and Pagliai were involved in an incident in Lecombe, with both getting spun, and the Italian had the worst fate had a worse fate compared to the BMW lineup after colliding with the barriers with the rear and the right side of the Aston Martin. This train being led by Michael Tasher is still going smoothly, but I'm not really seeing any major surprise here. Meanwhile, Maniram went on to make the overtake, and Busher is also getting overtaken by the 1-2-4 on the bus. Oh, the nearly spin! Oh, there's a spin there for the Mustang, and that's Pagliai colliding with Maniram and losing several positions, as that was also Oystein Brennum gaining the place on the Italian. Meanwhile, Megens is also going side by side with Dustin Herpel for 17th place, as the Mustang is very much in contention. The Mustang continues straight and remains in 17th place. Meanwhile, Messoa trying the cutback on Tasher, as there is a GT4, nearly a contact between the two Porsches as they are approaching the Mercedes GT4. Oh, that's a very, very important mistake for Schneckenburger, who lost the position on road as the German driver fought, they're both Germans, as the Simmers Endurance took the initiative on the inside compared to the LFM car, which went on the outside thinking about what the GT4 could have done, and by doing so they lost the place. Meanwhile, the Cayman is having a bit of a moment there. Oh, that's Schneckenburger nearly colliding with Rode with the most accurate voice I could do. That was a bit too much. I think I destroyed my voice for the next 4 hours with that simple trick. Oh, that's Messoa probably bump drafting the Porsche up ahead. They have to take a place. They have to make a decision. GT4s all over the field with the two Porsches that effectively, one went on the right and one went on the left, as Messoa, Tasher and Kolosov are all battling for second place, as the Aston Martin is still very keen on making a move. Meanwhile, Zimbal and Rochelle switching places. You can see the Aston Martin on the middle. That's a GT4, as Rochelle gained the place on Zimbal in the Bentley in front of the Lamborghini for Vincenzo Sospiri Racing, taking the initiative after some difficulties being encountered with the GT4 field. But Zimbal is not over with it. He probably wants back the 8th place he so much was in. Yeah, Rochelle has a Bentley though, and so this means that huge straight line speed advantage for the brick. Though maybe Zimbal can dive into the inside. No, he cannot. He remains behind. And for a brief moment, there won't be any GT4 for that duo. Meanwhile, this train here, you can see from the minimap, is just starting with the GT4s. Pulsitter is now 2 seconds away from Ramone. The race is still long, there are still 4 hours to go. Oh, there was a contact. It was possibly a contact with Tasher and the GT4, as you can see here. Oh, Tasher defending the inside, with Mesa just trying the inside line, as the space was over pretty much instantly. Oh, there's a contact there. There's more contact, and that's Kolosov going on inside, making the move in front of Messoa, with Rode also defending against Schneckenburger. So now Kolosov is now further after a contact between Messoa and the Mercedes GT4, who unfortunately was just there. Messoa is now trying back to get into third, apologies. On the outside of Blanchimont, can he make it? Oh, there is contact between the two. So now the Aston Martin is back into third alone. As that's Schneckenburger trying the outside line in an impossible way. Can he go on the outside to make the position at least in front of Rode? He does so. He also goes in front of Messoa, and that's two in a single way from the outside in the bus stop chicane, but still not over as Messoa has a better exit speed. Can he get at least fourth out of La Source? He does remain in fourth. Schneckenburger has to get inventive. He does so by going for the cutback with the Frenchman, as the German is now in fourth place for the LFM esports team. But still not over. I don't think Messoa will lift off from the throttle. Oh, there was a bit of a bump there for the Aston Martin and the Porsche. As the CMRC is also very keen on making a move on... Oh, that's also Alain Cruz coming from nowhere. He goes in front of both Messoa and Rode. Where did he come from? And that's fifth race for the BS Pro. Oh, there was contact. There was contact, I think, between Rode and Drake Cruz. But Messoa is now in sixth place. There is mayhem going here. Now about to run out of oxygen. So, if you don't hear me anymore, that's a good way to know that I'm done. So, Alain Drake Cruz now in fifth place. Schneckenburger in fourth. Leading this second train now as Kolosov is now 7 tenths away from Tauscher. It's very likely that Messoa is the strongest of the 7, let's say 8 or 9, 10, 11, I don't even know where this train ends really. I think around 11th place. But he is now in 6th place. And unfortunately the GT4 have been quite a variable there for the French driver. Now you can see still mayhem going on for these drivers. With Messoa that lost several places, now he's in 6th, just in front of Rode, with Drake Cruz that, to be honest, I really don't know where he came from. He literally came from nowhere. Made 2 overtakes in a single shot and refused to elaborate further. As Kolosov is now very, very close to Tauscher, but that's also Krosch going for the overtake in front of Max. So now Fischer Racing Esports is in 10th place, top 10 for the Mustang. As Alain Drake Cruz is still in 5th, so that was a bit of a graphical glitch there. Ooh, that's Kolosov losing massive chunks of time because of the Ginetta. Now can Messoa get the better line out of the Rouge? Leon is really very close. He is definitely close. I don't think he can get closer than this, but we can see from here as he goes side by side with the BMW. And oh, there's a pit maneuver there, unfortunately, between the BMW and the Porsche, and that's Messoa off into the grass, out of the walls. But that's Messoa done. I think that's Messoa done for the race. Maybe no, he just stole the car. He goes back on the racing surface, only in 14th place. As there is another overtake behind, maybe. Not really, it's in front that Zimbal gained the place on Russell. With Zimbal going on the right of the Camaro and the Bentley going on the left. That was huge between the 105 and the 118. We will see the replay shortly. So this was the incident that struck these two. Look at this. It's very important to put the focus on the records. Look at this. There is the Ginetta there. Oh yeah, there was maybe a bit late on the brakes for the BMW. To be fair, I thought there was a pit maneuver with the Porsche going too early on the right, but I think there was a good percentage of fault on Drake Cruz. So yeah, apologies for mistake early on, but from the headcam, it really seemed like it was the Porsche going too early on the right and doing the basically what happened last year in the 6 hour in WEC with the Cadillac that went to the right. I think it was Alex Lynn going on the VRT BMW, even there, a BMW getting involved, and it was Sean Gelal driving the BMW that didn't really have any fault. Schneckenburger is now close. What happened here? As Rode is going for the overtake in front of Drake Cruz. 5th place for Mercier Endurance. But I'd like to see again what happened early on. As the BMW still tries the overtake on the Aston. And that's also Ian Russell losing the position on the Mustang. With the Fisher Racing Esports practically pumping the Maserati out of the way. 10-second penalty for Cruz. Unfortunately, I don't think there is the live stewarding on for this race, so only after race penalty will be given as Gamow and Miguel Ricci battling for position number 11 with some contact between the two. Miguel Ricci gained the place on Gamow. That's 11th place for the Aston Martin. Maybe I spoke too soon. The Lamborghini is trying again. The very same move on Miguel Ricci, the Aston Martin. Oh, there was a contact. Oh, something happened here. Dustin Herpel showing yellow flags with Brandon and Van Niemen. We'll see what happened exactly here. Something happened between, well, among these cars. You can see, oh, there was a contact actually between the Camaro and the Ginetta. Oh, there was some more contact between West Competition Racing and Dustin Herpel, who lost the place there on the BMW. As Croce and Rochelle still battling for position with the Bentley that is very keen on making the attack here on the Camel. Can he make it through? Just before Lecombe, the Mustang is quite honestly the quickest car on the straight line, so it doesn't do so. As he remains in 9th place. And Drake Cruz very much on the other side of Bruxelles, still attacking Lucas Rode. I'd like to see something back. I just want to be sure. Okay, not really. We'll just wait a tiny bit more. As Ian Russell is very close to Mathis Croce into Brashimont. This could be a good opportunity for DXT Motorsport to make it in front of the Mustang. Matter of fact, he does so, going for the dive, way too late on the brakes. He remains inside the track limits. There is some contact between the Mustang and the Bentley. Matthias Croce still in a place with Ian Russell, losing some more time to Mattia Max behind, and Jeffrey Miguel Ricci back in the battle. Now the Bentley back in front of the FIFA Racing Esports car, but again, once more going deep on the brakes doesn't pay off for the Bentley driver in the 1-1-2. So my TMX will be pretty interested in using this battle to their advantage. The 111 follows behind, but I think the Bentley had a very good exit speed in the Camel straight. He goes to the side. Again, side by side between these two. With the Mustang defending the outside, which can't really be useful there, as Max also has to defend against Miguel Rino Ricci. Matthias Croce lost a place on Ian Rushall, with Rino Ricci really trying everything, and Gamov back in the battle for position. With Max effectively going... Oh, that's nearly contact between Max and Croce. Look at this. As they are both side by side in campus. Little contact between Max and Croce. But Croce still is... Oh, there is more contact! And more contact! And that's the Mustang into the gravel with Max in 12th place now. Losing the place on Popialinski, Gamov, Miguel Ricci, and nearly even Messa. Whilst Croce is now in 16th place behind Ian Opel and Geoff Boothby, who started, remember, in last place. So, speaking of which, very much glued to the rear of the Aston Martin as Max decides to defend the inside line with Messa that was trying the outside to attack. But Aston defends well, and Mattia Max trying everything possible with the Porsche going for a surprise move on the inside of La Source. Can he make the move? He does so. Pretty cleanly too. And that Messa in 12th place now, with some ruined tires, that's for certain. But that's now 12th for the French driver. Now 20 seconds behind the leader. As Kolosov is now just behind Schneckenburger. Remember that Kolosov lost the place very early on, a couple of laps ago, on Schneckenburger on the Camel because of a GT4. Unfortunately, I couldn't show the replay because there are simply too many battles going on, and I'm really fearing that something could go horribly wrong just when I go into the replay. So we saw it happening, that's enough. I will call it a day for that, even because it's so much time ago that I cannot really pinpoint when it was, unfortunately. But that's just because there is simply a lot of action going on every single moment so far. You can see on the standing on the left how many positions Zimbal gained so far, and he's about to make it a 5th one on Drake Cruz. Remember, Drake Cruz could also have a huge penalty for what happened early on with the car now in 12th, Bertrand Messois. And Lucas Rode to start, I won't say worrying. He has to start worrying about what is happening behind, but at least have a look at it. Have a look at the mirrors, because two figures are getting closer and closer. And one of them is a BMW, and the other is the Lamborghini, which is now only 4 times behind Drake Cruz. Last lap for these three, Rode 17.5, Drake Cruz 17.3, 17.3 for Zimbal. So Rode lost another 2 times on Rode lost another 2 times on both Cruz and Zimbal. The situation up ahead is quite calm. Ramune managed to gain 5 seconds on Tasher, who himself gained 3 seconds of Schneckenburger, who is particularly having a fight with Kolosov. So yeah, these two are effectively stuck behind Lucas Road, Full Mercy Endurance. So I think I can give some more coverage to what's happening in second place in GT4 category, because Mikhail Krasov, who remember gained pole position by 4/10 of a second, is now getting pressured heavily by the McLaren next to him, who is now in second place, and that's Mikhail Krasov losing the position on Yannick Schumacher, who is now in second place in the McLaren for Firefly Racing. Second place for them, with a 2:40.3 in the last lap and a 2:40.4 for Krasov, 2:40.7 for Petzold, so maybe battle for the lead is actually still going on even now. And some hundreds of meters behind, there is also the battle between the Yotes and Zero, who remember collided early on in Stavel with the Camaro and the Ginetta, keeping both positions on track, but losing some time to the car ahead, which is Christian Marquez in the 30th place overall, or 5th in class. Now the positions on the left side of the screen, on the tower for GT4, are slightly glitched, mainly because they are just looking at the overall positions, as there was an overtake here in GT4. Oh wait, there was Barracuda going very wide in the gravel and losing the position on Desinenko for 39th overall. As we go back on the same spot, because of battling with Schneeckenburger, who lost 2 seconds on Tauscher. Or rather, it was Kolosov that lost a lot of time because of GT4 just in the middle of the way. Oh, that was the Hassel going very much on the rightest part of the circuit, as right as he could. And the Kolosov behind has gained some time. So now we are. Oh, there is a yellow flag because it is a car in pit lane. So less than an hour passed, but I hope you all had fun so far. As always, please tell me if anything you want to know is bothering you, like positioning, strategies, cars, strengths, weaknesses, or simply because the in-game audio maybe is too little. As Megan's went on the outside of Crosshair. As we go into the replay to see what happened. So this was the Ferrari for Infelix Racing. Oh, going on the inside, diving on the inside and taking a position out of the Fisher Racing Mustang. And that's 16th place for Infelix Racing. So as I was saying, if you have any question, if you have any doubt, if you have any concern, just feel free to put it in chat, and I will do my best to answer, resolve, or simply be aware of anything that's bothering you. Meanwhile, Kolosov lost 2 seconds in the last lap because of a GT4 car, as that McLaren is just in the middle. So possibly something happened there. We can have a look at what happened. So you can see from here, Schneeckenburger goes on easily. Oh, unfortunately, yeah, it happened again. As Dawson had to brake to avoid some collision with the McLaren, and so Kolosov lost another 2 seconds. Okay, no, maybe not 2 seconds. Let's be real, it's merely a second this time around, but not great. Meanwhile, Maniram Showing some yellow flags. The 1 to 5 here. Something happened to this car. Wonder if it was all on their own. Oh yeah, it was all on their own. Oh, on the barriers. And they also lost the position on Tommaso Pagliai for MR Reparto Coaching. Now 21st. This battle is still going on. This is for a 9th place with Jeffrey Miguel Rino Ricci driving for... I can't read. Best friend experts. Oh, there's a collision there between the McLaren and the Lamborghini with Gamov losing the position on Podinsky. And trying to gain back the place. Oh, there is a spin there for Messois. Messois is off. Messois is off as Gamov went into pits. So what just happened here? Trouble in the pits. Or trouble, and that's it. So I like a long replay of this. Just to be sure of everything. So this is what happened. You can have a look on the onboard camera. As both Gamov and Messois are into the pits. Maybe I went too much behind, I'll be honest. So that's the McLaren. And okay, yes, that was very unfortunate, I'll be honest. Just yeah, you can see the little contact and lack of grip in the rear. And the person lost it all on themselves. And stalled the car and went back on the racing surface, but it was very odd for Messois. It wasn't a contact as I initially thought. It was all on their own. Very odd. Meanwhile, Schneckenburger here, 1.5 seconds behind Tasher. Last lap it was an 18.1 for Tasher, it was an 18.2 for Schneckenburger, it was a 18.4 for Kolosov. It was 18.5 for Rode. 17.8 for the Recluse. As Kolosov is very close to the Carapet. Remember, 48 minutes stint timer for everybody. So that's possibly why maybe the Aston Martin went in... the Porsche went in way too early on the throttle to avoid something worse, but I really don't think something worse could have happened anyway, because all the cars behind didn't pit at the time. And Ramone is the only car that managed to gain a lap on the stint, which could be extremely important towards the end of the race. Now everybody is into the pits without any real exception, apart from Lubuslavski. Okay, no, it was correct. Lubuslavski and Messois, only two cars that went in for the undercut, effectively. As Tauscher is now in the pits, but nothing to do commentary on at the moment. Considering the entirety of the tower is, well, changing every single moment, and the same applies to the GT4 field. As Luis Petzold is now going into the pits, and everyone else will follow. Ooh, that's a Camaro going out of the pits. There was a yellow flag, apologies for the ooh. I thought there was something worse happening. So Ramone will have just 20 seconds to get into the pits, but I think he will manage to do so in an easy fashion. Meanwhile, important change in the standings because Kolosov managed to jump Schneckenburger in the pits. Third place for Motor Sharks Esports. Rode still behind, and Derek Cruz is directly behind this time around. Finn Zimbal still in 7th, Jan Rochel now behind Aston Martin, but it's a GT41, 8th place for him, and Buchby is now in 10th place. Very close to Podinsky. It was half a second quicker than Podinsky, as Yugoslavski is now in 11th, just in front of the car behind, Robert Krillin for Alpha Racing Team. So there were some shuffle. There were some shuffles. Can't speak anymore. You know, Opel lost 2 positions here on both Pau and Messoa. After exiting the pits, Messoa possibly because of hit tires, Pau simply because he went in for the overtake, as Ragland is now overtaking Freddie Merley for 22nd place. And he does so. I think he also repaired the car. Yes, he did. For 2 seconds in the pits for the Mustang. So clearly reparations for that, as Maserati here goes back in the very first place in GT4. Yannick Schumacher is now in 2nd, and Tobias Gebel is now in 3rd after overtaking Krasov. 4th Club is now in 4th after a very normal pit stop, because Gebel went in only to put fuel in the car. Meanwhile, just in front, that's Capo and Redouane Messoa battling for 13th place. Oh wait, that's... oh no, okay, that's Axel Remo just exiting the pits. This is Lucas Rode, Niels Naujoks behind, and Andrei Hipov for LFM Esports just in 4th place. So now that the shuffle happened among these drivers, will Rode be able, for CMRC Endurance, to gain a place? He goes on to dive into the inside, some contact with Hipov in 4th place, but that's now Hipov back in front of Niels Naujoks. And behind, maybe there's some dive in Bruxelles. No, there isn't. And Rode remains for CMRC Endurance in 4th place. Meanwhile, there was also the overtake between Buchby and Pobedinsky on the Camel. And Messoa now going on the outside line in front of Pau. As also Van Niemen managed to gain the position on Nordberg for 18th place. As Niels Naujoks is thinking about a move, but that is not happening. So I think we can have a look at what happened early on. Maybe not, because Naujoks is very, very close to the car up ahead, but there are some GT4s in the middle, and those could be the difference between a position gain and a position lost, as the Ginetta, you can see on the bus stop, is just there in the middle. Can Rode gain the track position in front of the Ginetta? Yes, but the Ginetta is actually going with a lot of sportsmanship on the edge of the racetrack. And so now this train from Pogorelov to Zimbal is battling for 3rd place, 6 seconds behind Richter. Now alone in 2nd place. Zipov, I think he lost some time going on the curb, but possibly not enough to lose the place on Naujoks. Meanwhile, Rode is already trying the attack, but he remains behind. thinks about it, that's obvious, but doesn't really commit altogether. Pogorelov is going quite slowly compared to all the cars behind. Obviously, quite slowly for this kind of field. Is still immensely quick for about everyone. As Norberg gained back the place on Van Niemen. And this was the overtake that led the West Competition Racing 107 in front of the Ferrari from Van Niemen, which effectively, literally, left the spot for them. As you can see behind, Nils Nojox going on the left side of the Aston Martin, number 108, and that's Andre Hipov losing another spot. That's 6th place now for the German driver in the Aston Martin, and the BMW is now in 5th. Meanwhile, Lucas Rode going on outside. Can he get the position down on the outside? No, he cannot. Meanwhile, behind there was also Finn Zimbal, another Hipov battling for position. I really don't know where to put the camera here, as Rode didn't put the car in front of Pogorelov. That's still 4th place for the Aston Martin. Meanwhile, the BMW is also attacking Rode, and the Lamborghini behind that, Zimbal attacking the Aston Martin number 108, and that Zimbal now in 6th place, making the move from the bus stop up to La Source, and that's P6 for Zimbal. As he was starting 5 positions behind in 11th place, can he at least continue the improvement, or will he stop here? Well, it's possible that Ipov will answer the overtake that just happened with another overtake, but apparently Ipov doesn't really have a speed. He remains behind in 7th place. I really thought there was a chance for Ipov in front of Zimbal, but it didn't happen, as Rode is still very much battling with the car in front, as some GT4s are also applying pressure on the GT3 field, because these two in the GT4 category are battling for the podium, as those are Fabio Grenier and Tobias Gebel for 4th place, apologies, not for the 4th place in GT4 class. But that's Nojox defending against Vincenzo Sospiri Racing with Finn Zimbal, extremely aggressive on BS Plus competition, defending the inside line for a moment and then changing idea. This is giving Pogorelov some distance to Rode, but it's just temporary distance, as Rode will probably, likely and surely put the car back in an important position. Meanwhile, Pobedinski put the car back in front of Bufby, who is going on the inside line, who makes back 9th place, and Pobedinski is now back in 10th for... Can't really read the team name from here. For WePlay, as Bastian Richter is now the quickest race car in the field. The F255 competition by Go Setups is back in 9th place. Pogorelov on the other days is incredible to be seen. Look at this. There is also Hipov that was trying a very aggressive move. Because that's not going to end well for Rode. Oh, he does get through. Can Nojox get through? He does so. Can Zimbal get through? He effectively cut completely Eruge. And by doing so, he also lost the position on Andre Hipov, who is now back in 6th place. So the LFM Esports number 108 is back in 6th at the very least. As Rode is again closing the gap to Pogorelov. This is a very detrimental battle for these drivers. It's 18.6, 0.8, 0.9 for Pokerlov, Rode, and Naujox. Then we get into the 19 for Ripov, and then 18.7 for Zimbal. But obviously, it's not really being helped by the GT4 holding the line a tiny bit. GT4s, which are currently still battling for 4th. Those were Fabio Grenier and Tobias Gebel up here. As Zimbal is not really over with his improvements, with his pace for the top end of the leaderboard. Because his hike... Okay, Ivo for a brief moment evaporated. But as I was saying, his hike just started, well, an hour ago. But his hike is now reaching the point where everything could pivot in a better way or in the worst possible way. But Zimba has to remain calm, he has to remain patient, he has to remain focused, because now Pokerlov finally has clean air in front. Look behind, what's happening? As Naujox was fairly sure to put the car in front of the Mercedes before last source. He didn't do so. And also Ipov and Zimbal managed to put the car in front of the GT4. So again, Ipov having some connection issues apparently. Rode thinking about the inside, he goes on the outside. As we go into the combo, can he maintain? Oh, this is incredible stuff. He completes the overtake even before being over with the combo. And that's 3rd place for Rode. Amazing overtake from the outside, taking by surprise Pokerlov, who didn't even commit for some defensive action. He didn't have the chance to do it. Meanwhile, Mesa also gained the place on Robert Krillin. This is the overtake that put the French driver in front of Clean with Aston Martin. Fairly normal overtake, this one here. Driver inside and position done. Pokerlov on the other side of the racetrack. Still having some struggles with speed as Rode completed his overtake. And now Pokerlov is back into defending because there are still 3 cars behind him that are very, very angry and aggressive. Naujox, Ipov, Zimbal, BS Plus Competition, LFM Esports and Vincenzo Sospiri Racing. All 3 that really want that position. But also, their main objective is to get into 3rd. And Rode is currently escaping from them. And some important distance is now between... Oh, that was a very bad entry into La Source, but I think I know why. That's the reason for it. Pokerlov getting stuck behind the GT4, leading the field. But that was a position lost for Pokerlov, and 1 gained for Naujox. And Ipov now going behind the BMW up ahead. And that's Ipov now in 5th place, maybe even 4th. Can he do it on the outside? He has an immense speed into the combo, but he doesn't really commit to the outside. Lubov Zdrarsky, yellow flags for him. We will see what happened afterwards, but Ipov is now back in 5th and also battling with Pokerlov. Oh, that's Vincenzo Sospiri Racing! Lamborghini going on inside! What was that? That was incredible to be seen from the outside. And that Zimbal now in 6th place in front of Pokerlov with an amazing move in front of the Ginetta. I think it was a Ginetta. And then in front of the Aston Martin, not leaving anything on the road. That was immense bravery for Zimbal, who nearly sacrificed his entire race to get the position done. But it worked, so yeah, everyone is happy. Well, everyone apart from Pokerov's team, obviously, but you get the point. Capo currently going on inside on Robert Klein, on Puhon, and that's a position done for Best Friends Esports. In front of Klein. 14th place for Capo, as Alpha Racing team lost another place there. As there was a yellow flag, as I said earlier, for the 114. Apparently, there isn't anymore a yellow flag. So maybe it was the 120. Let's have a look at what happened here. So yeah, it was Luboslavski, apologies. So Luboslavski in the 120. Flashing the lights, having some struggles. Overtaking the Mercedes and going for a complete cut. And that's why now Musa is so close to the Lamborghini. That's the reason for it. So I remember that he got spun. He spun on himself. And he's 12th now. He's another 30 seconds behind the leader. It's very unfortunate because this car is very, very good. And this driver is also very, very good. But as always, even in Donington it's also like this. He's way too nervous and way too energetic. And effectively, by doing so, he nearly puts his entire race in jeopardy. As he goes on the outside, but really can't make the move, compared to Behrens, who actually did it in front of Hopper for Infinix Racing. This was the replay. This is the replay for the Ferrari driver, Stefan Behrens. It was a very awful exit for Hopper out of Lecombe, and that's why the overtake happened. As we go back in the battle for 7th, because look at this, it's Ian Russell. Ian Russell very close to Pokerov, who never really lost trace of Zimbal's car, who is having some difficulties, some struggles behind Ipov. I'm into Blanchimon. Flat out. So, likely an overtake will not happen here. Unless something major happens. With Nunchuk's going quite slowly there. Ah, that's why there was a GT4 in the middle. And as always, the GT4s are putting some pressure on the GT3 field. Look at this train from Nunchuk's to Rochelle. As Messoa made the overtake in front of Luboslavski on the bus stop. But I'd like to see this evolving. I think there is a good chance for Zimbal. Oh, never mind, he's way too late compared to... Oh, that was close between the BMW and the Mercedes. To get a better entry compared to Hipov, but ironically, Hipov had a better entry compared to Nojox. As Behrens makes another overtake, this time on clean. This is for 14th place overall. As Poe is very close to Luboslavski, who lost place in the bus stop with Messoa. Now Kempo managed to gain the place. Oh, there's a mess just in the middle. Nearly colliding with Lamborghini Huracan. But as it stands, it's pretty calm here. Never mind. because there is a McLaren just sitting in the middle of campus and likely putting a good chance on Poe's team, who can make an overtake here in Blanchimont. Although I'm also looking at Zimbal up ahead. Oh, that's a camera nearly colliding with both cars. That is a good one for K-Poe, who makes the overtake in front of Luboslavski in Blanchimont. The traffic was to slow down a tiny bit to avoid a track limit. And that's Poe in 12th place, even before the bus stop happened. And just behind, Opel completely loses the brakes, and Opel is now 1 second behind Clean. Let's go back here because Zimbal this time around, he is very close and following Hip-Off. I think Zimbal was too undecided here, and I really think that he wanted to go to the right, then to the left, and then he decided, okay, no, never mind. They just a bit undecisive manner, that one there. Even considering that early on, Zimbal didn't think twice about throwing the car on the inside line of a GT4 that was giving the outside line, and then making an overtake by doing so. So it was maybe just a glimpse of a mistake. It will be the first one for Zimbal, to be fair, in an entire hour and 10 minutes. Also, considering it's a long race, wait, this corner, apparently there was some contact for the 410. So we'll see what happened to Buchholz Racing Team. Tobias Korn, did he collide with someone else, or was it on its own? Well, I can see a Porsche. Oof. Okay, yeah, that was very close, but nothing too bad. Zimbal makes the overtake in front of Apov. On the outside he goes! And makes the move. It was a very nice one. I like to see it again. That was impressive. So look at this. So it was a mistake for Ipov. Oh yeah, it was a mistake. You can see the GT4 just there, and then he went on the outside to make the move. And so now Zimbal is in 5th place. His hike is just getting better and better. And Pogorelov behind is, as I said earlier, he's still tailgating 6th place. This time around it's not Zimbal anymore, it's Hip-Off. But even here, you can see that the ability of one driver, it's not just sheer speed, it's also the ability to get through the lapped cars. We saw that the 113 Motor Sharks Esports has some troubles with both drivers with slower cars. Hip-Off seems like he made a mistake because of that, and Zimbal on the other hand, didn't make a single mistake in such situations. He took advantage of every single one of them, and that's why he is now in 5th place. As there was some contact between Opel and I suppose Clean, so we can see what's happening, maybe. Not yet. I think Noidox has a bullet in his gun. Will he shoot it now in the bus stop? Or will he stay behind? Oh, the 126. Oh, that's out. The racing surface. So this time the VM remains there in 4th place. Jan Hopper in the Lamborghini 117. And Robert Klein and Aston Martin in 15th place are battling there, but Jan Hopper lost some time. Speaking of Opel, in the 117, there was some contact early. Oh wait, we'll see the replay later on, because this could be the overtake for the podium. Nils Naujoks and Lucas Rode. Naujoks behind. Can he get the position down on the comb? No, he cannot. Remains behind. So we can go here with Ragland making the position in front of Buescher, losing the place on both Ragland and Freytag. That's Porsche going in front of the Ferrari driver. That's the Mustang. Oh, there is a contact there! Oh, and multiple cars getting involved, and that's the Mustang. That's Ragland losing the position on Buescher, Freytag and Calendini now. Very unfortunate scenario there for the 1 to 5. So we can see exactly what happened again. So look at this in the bus stop. Ragland and the 420 are with 7%. And then the Porsche arrives, makes contact with the Mustang, and also the Ferrari you saw it there managed to overtake both cars. As Klein and Hopel also switched positions. There was some contact for the 117. We can see what happened here in the replay. So Lamborghini was behind Klein, and that's possibly Klein going extremely wide in Bruxelles. And then into No Name. Gaston tried to defend the inside. Lamborghini took the outside line and made the overtake outside of bounds. So that's possibly a track limit violation, but you have 3 of them. The 4th one, it's a drive-through. So possibly that's how the action will remain. But as I said, the penalty could yet be applied, but any penalty will be applied after the race is over. With Naujoks, after an hour and a half, 3 hours to go. Still extremely close contact between these two. Last lap it was a 17.2 for Rode and 17.3 for Naujoks. But importantly, it was a 17.1 for Zimbal, who is just behind. And up front, it was a 17.4 for Richter, as Beckman gained place on Klein. That's how it happened for Beckman on the Kemmel Straight. An easy pass for the Mustang driver. Who put the car on the inside into the comb, and so made the move to get into 16th place. This is Fisher Racing Esports gaining a place on Robert Klein for Alpha Racing Team. Now back live, as Nils Naujoks is, as I said earlier, still... Ooh, that's very odd. 17.197 for Lucas Rode, 17.197 for Nils Naujoks. They made the same exact lap time. but yet slower than Richter, as he went for a 16.7, 5 seconds behind Ramune. I think that car is actually gaining on Ramune. He's leading at the moment, but I want to be safe about that for long. Behind Zimbal made a 17.7, but it's likely that was some GT4 in the middle. In GT4, Sebastian Saurel for NLS Esports Racing and Aki Raunio are battling for position number 41 overall, as Porsche tries the inside line in the bus stop. He does so, but he goes into the pits. So we go back into our GTP field with Pogrelov and Ipov battling for 6th at the moment. So I think also we are getting to the very end of thin timer for the majority of the drivers. So remember that some teams went in for an undercut. GT3, I think it was only 2 of them. It was Redouane Messoa in the 118 Porsche, in 11th place at the moment. And if I remember correctly, it was Pobedinsky in 10th place. So we'll see afterwards. Remember, 48 minutes is the maximum you can go in a stint because of regulations. Rode still is in 3rd. It was a 17.8 for both Rode and Naujox. It was a 17.4 for Zimbal. It was a 17.6 for Richter and Ramune. Whilst for Ipov it was at 18.0. Oh, that's a bit wide for more than a bit. It was wide for Rode, colliding with Naujox, and that's Naujox going in 3rd place with a bit of a collision between Rode and Naujox, with the Aston Martin still on the inside of campus. But that's Naujox completing the overtake, and that's 3rd place for BS Plus competition. They were starting in 5th place, and now they are in 3rd. The Simmercy Endurance, they lost, they gained 3 places, so they were in 7th. A lot of cars that gained some places, and some that lost a tremendous amount of them. We'll see on the tower on the left as the peers. The Simmercy Endurance by Barminia lost the car in a very peculiar way there in the Puhon. So it was a drive-through for the 421 and the 419 last time around. So the car that we were following early on, it was ooh, that's a 417. Hottest buttons. Now back the racing surface. So what happened here? So if it was all on their own, or if it was helped a bit. Oh, just to avoid the Bentley up ahead. So it wasn't a spin. It was an evasive maneuver. So say into Puhon there was I think there was some contact between Rode and Najox. Apparently the race control didn't pick it up, so I suppose there wasn't contact, but it was sure as hell that Rode and Najox were about to collide. As Carandini makes another position, this time in front of Freytag, which is second place for them at the moment. So it was a battle here in Blackmon. Next car is that Ferrari number 116, Christian Buescher driving it. And very likely, the overtake will happen as soon as possible for this team that was in 12th place at the very beginning of the race. Now they're in 22nd. As nothing evolves between these two. Into Lecombe, but maybe into Bruxelles something could change. Carandini trying to put some pressure on the Ferrari driver into Christian Buescher. But the car simply couldn't pass in any way. And so Carandini now lapping 17.6, so he's not really slow. He obviously is in a different place compared to the pace they have. Their current pace could put the car in 8th place at this point. But oh, that's very close for Carandini and Buescher, but Buescher was stuck behind the McLaren GT4 and the Carandini took it in his own advantage, and now he's in 21st place. Meanwhile, Jan Hopper and Stefan Behrens battling for 14th place. With the Lambo extremely close to Behrens. Last time around it was at 19.6 for Behrens, 19.3 for Hopper, so 3 times have been gained on Behrens, so Inflix Racing having some struggles at the moment. As Freytag managed to gain the place on Buescher for 22nd place. Little update to the GT4 field. There have been 3 drive-thrus for 3 different cars. The 421 in 46th and last place, Loic Taintry driving it. Sebastian Saurel in the 416 Porsche that early on went in the pits. That was a drive-thru for the track limits. And the Jason Trouble in the 411 in the 39th place, drive-thru for him too, for exceeding track limits. As another car is not in the race anymore. I think it was the Porsche. I really think it was the Porsche from early on. That's a bit of a slowdown. The reason for it is a Ginetta just in the middle of the way. Oh, the Lamborghini nearly colliding with said Ginetta. But Behrens lost a good chunk of time to Hoppel. But not enough to lose the place, as he remains ahead. Hoppel. Six, 18.6 for Berends, 18.7 for Hoppel. So it's a bit of a slow lap for the Huracan driver. So into Pujon, throwing the car into the inside, but the McLaren is there. As Merli is back in Spotos Hermanos. That was the car that disconnected, unfortunately. So Freddy, Merli are back here on the racing surface, but not really in a battling position. Meanwhile, here, Pergelov and Rushel just be. Oh, Zimbar, yellow flags! Oh, Zimbar is off! Zimbar off! With a spin for the car 109. Major one here. Zimbar restarts the car, goes back on the racing line. But what happened here? There isn't a single car in the way. Was it a spin on its own? Oh yes, it was. Look at this. Early on, I said that this car and this driver basically never made a single mistake. But I'd like to apologize. Because apparently they did one. It was a massive one. They lost 10 seconds. Which is 5 positions. Because now they are in 9th place. So they're 109 for Vincenzo Sospiri Racing. Now sitting in 9th, 5 seconds behind George Buffy in 8th place. And here Rushel in 7th. Meanwhile, since it's a very long race, it's 4.5 hours, I will just take 5 minutes of break. And because I have to keep on going for 4.5 hours, so I kind of have to keep myself focused. And it's just a way to say I need to drink. And eat something. Very quickly, not a complete dinner, obviously. But just to take it as a bit of a time out for me. I will be back in maybe even less than 5 minutes. But for now, okay, I will just postpone my break for a little while because Ian Rushel is here, just behind Pogorelov into the bus stop. Can he make the move? Into Pogorelov? No, he cannot. Buff is just behind. Because an 18.0 for Pogorelov, 17.8 for Rushel, 17.5 for Buffby. A good one there for Buffby. Not really surprised by George Buffby, who went for a first attempt. As Messois goes into the pits, so this gives me an excuse to also go into the pits. I will be back in less than 5 minutes. And so we are back. As Buffy managed to overtake Schneckenburger. And I think also they definitely managed to jump 2 cars. Oh, the 419 is oh, it's a crash there. The 419, it's clear a crash. So we have to see this because Schneckenburger is trying to get back into 5th place at the very least. But if it doesn't happen here, I don't think it will ever happen, as Booby will have hit the tires just enough to remain up ahead. Schneckenburger just tries there, it doesn't. It doesn't go for a move. It's actually... Oh wait! Schneckenburger into the pits again! I think that's a stopping of 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. It's a massive one. In the meantime, we'll see what happened to the 419. That's Josh Chalas for Backmarker Motorsport. Oof. Oh, okay. That was a very odd one. Yeah, it's got a connection. Said that's enough. And it effectively threw the car into the wall. So yeah, Schneckenburger's entire race is now done. As a 108 gained... I suppose a stopping of 30. Or maybe a drive-through. Not sure which one of them it is. Okay, no, it's a drive-through for exceeding track limits. That's what it is. Drive-through for exceeding track limits, so yeah. Schneckenburger back on the racing surface was 16th in the grid. The standings, apologies. Terrible disaster for Schneckenburger's race and entirety of the LFM Esports team. As Jan Opel and this time Evelyn Gamov are battling for 11th place. Also there was a contact between the 102 and the 421. We can see what happened. So that's BS Plus competition. Now third, 17 seconds behind Huben. Ah, okay. No, it was just a contact, nothing too much to worry about. Earlier on there was also the battle for position between Schumacher and Petzold, on which Schumacher clearly had the upper hand. Schumacher and, apologies, Krasov. And now Schumacher is in first place after pitting only for fuel. It's a completely different strategy for Firefly Racing. They are trying to win the race on strategy rather than speed alone. As a matter of fact, they are now at the very lead of the field. But Petzold is gaining a lot of time very rapidly with newer tires. So you can see here burning Schumacher even before the bus stop appears in front of Petzold, and that's the lead back in the dynamic MS Youngstars car. Schumacher still gained 28 seconds in front of Krasov. I suppose that was their aim, to get at least second place. But there is still a lot of time to go. 2 hours and 46 minutes. The entire race to go, basically. Skolosov is now just behind Booby. Another 2 seconds behind the Dixie Motorsport sits. Sebastian Zenner now for CMRC Endurance in 4th place. But look at this! They're at the top of the standings. Something is changing. Matteo Naldi for Hoplite Esports team lost 2 seconds in the last lap on Niklas Huben, exactly 2 seconds. And so now the gap between Naldi and Huben is only 2 seconds. And remember that Team Nissan was starting the race in 1st place. They were this afternoon's pit sitter. Now the gap is only 1.8 seconds, with another 17 for getting to Alain Drake Cruz in the BS Plus competition race car. Which just lapped in... Oh wait, there was some contact with another car, 103. And 407. So what happened here? It's again the McLaren, the very same McLaren from early on. I didn't expect anything major here, but there was a little contact, yeah, just a little tap. Because we are very close to Ruby. It doesn't seem like he's losing massive chunks of time. Ruby's last lap was a 17.7, Kolosov's last lap was a 17.2. As oh, something happened here. Oh, this is a messy one. 106. Not really having a good time. So what happened here? Was it a contact? I suppose it was a contact, so you can see. Oh! Oh, yeah, that was not a good one. With Aston that pushed away the Porsche. And recent Porsche that came back on the racetrack and collided with Vasquez Rodriguez. Oh, again, another contact between the two, and that was Evgeny Gamov gaining a position on Vasquez Rodriguez. There's some beef between the two cars. Rightfully so, I mean. Clearly the Porsche is angry at the Aston behind, but look at this again. From this camera is slightly, so you can see from here, yeah, the Aston and the Porsche colliding one with each other. And there was another, I won't say contact, but it seemed like one. In the bus stop. Meanwhile, Oyster and Brunham 14th place at the moment for West Competition Racing that, remember, they are leading the championship. And only 14th at the moment. Although this could become 13th shortly. Opel just made the overtake on inside line on Vasquez Rodriguez. As this was the overtake between Opel and Vasquez Rodriguez. Look at this. Oh, getting again blocked by GT4. And on the inside line, it was an easy pass for Opel. So it's clear that Vasquez Rodriguez is not really having a good time with GT4 cars. And Brennan here and Burr, 13th place. In contention. And the 107 goes on to take 14th place in an easy manner. And Soren Burr effectively didn't really put any defense against the West Competition Racing team. Back at the front of the pack, Josh Booby and Sebastian Zentner battling for 4th. It was a very slow lap for Zentner. 18.1 compared to Booby's 16.9. But the 4th is still going on. With 2 hours and a half to go. And because I think Booby's objective, to be honest, is at least 3rd place, which is another 8 seconds up front. Remember that Booby was starting from last place. As they go across the line, it's a 17.6 for Zentner, another 16.9 for 7, the same exact lap time from the earlier lap for the car number 101 that currently gained 21 places. So we're starting in 26th. That's off the free field as the 101 goes on the inside line after taking a great slipstream from Zentner, and that's 4th place for George Booby without any real major surprise. Booby takes now 4th place, and if he continues like this, he will catch Alain De Cruz in not too many laps. If he averages 6 times reduction in gap per lap. Just behind though, Yumosar and Mayam battling for 21st. That's apparently it was 18.6 for me Vimosar compared to 18.2 for Mayam, so clearly good difference between the two. As unfortunately now there's a Ginetta in the middle for Mayam, so he has to be creative. So he passed 409, currently sitting in 34th overall. Which is 9th in class. And outside, a bit outside the attack limits, to be fair. But it's also important to say that there is the battle for first place. Matteo Naldi is bleeding time compared to Niklas Huber, who's actually doing the opposite. And now the gap between Huber and Naldi is barely less than a second. As the 103 car started in pole position. Last lap it was a 16.8 for Huber and 17.0 for Naldi. Remember that at the very tail end of the season, the team that wins the category in both GT3 and GT4 in the first division are going to have 10 ACC drive licenses, which will never expire. They are lifetime licenses. So they are likely battling for a good price, thanks to our sponsor ACC Drive. But as always, huge thanks to all of our sponsors: Kskin.de, C-Magic, Go Setups, Sync Mesh, and Kskin, and now Etzner is now a new sponsor of, a new partner of LFM. But as always, this is not a mandatorily okay, no. You don't have to mandatorily attend to every single round. You can just attend to some rounds, as Mariram gains the position in a bit of a interesting way on the Porsche at the comb. But we have to go back here because you can see here, maybe there is the overtake. No, there isn't. The Porsche remains behind. So Mariram gains the place on the Porsche driver. Vimozar is now behind. And Vasquez Rodriguez also battling with Hoppel for 11th place. So, as I was saying early on, you don't have to compete at every single round, as there are some drop rounds. And also you can also attend as a one-off in these races, as next time there are going to be way less people, considering there is the 24-hour of the North Life here in LFM, with both the German and English stream having a 24-hour coverage of the whole race. And in the commentary booth it's going to be practically everyone. Me, John, Tim, Ben, everyone is going to be in the commentary booth at different time slots. I for one will be at the very tail end of the race, and at dinner time, for example, John will be at the start of the race, your leading commentator. Scholars of here in 6th place. Close to make the move on Zenner's side. Can he make the move on the CMRC? Oh, he doesn't. He barely misses out on the opportunity. As he goes on the inside line, this time La Source, he has more chance to make it through for 5th place. Doesn't seem like he's able to do it this time around, as the gap between Naldi and Huben remains on the half a second. Now they have to slow down a tiny bit to avoid colliding with the Mercedes up there. Zenner is defending as hard as possible against a very aggressive and quick Kolosov, the 113 Motorshock Esports, who takes the inside line into the comb, and that's a position done for Kolosov. A 5th place for the team that started in 4th. Number 113, which had its fair share of difficulties with backmarkers. Now maybe it went the other way around for Kolosov. Let's go back the very late of the race. Seems like it's quite an easy finale here. Meanwhile, Max and Schneckenburger battling for 15th. Schneckenburger taking the position in the most aggressive way available. It's against 15th place only for the team that was battling for the top 5. And now has to come back to where they were after losing an entire minute of time. Alpha Racing Team is still trying to gain back the place they just lost, but they're having some trouble in doing so. There was a tiny bit of contact with the car that just passed, but I don't think it's... again, it's a McLaren, so it's getting a bit repetitive at the moment. But Max is now 1 second behind Schneckenburger, so the fight is essentially over. Yeah, Tobias Gebel. Battling with Christian Marquez for 29th place overall, which is 5th in class. Ginetta, which is currently lapping in 41.4. The McLaren ahead just put a 41.4. Same lap time for both cars at the moment. Another 41.4 for Gebel, 41.1 for Marquez though. As Rinaldi started again to gain time on his opponent. Now Huben is 2 seconds behind compared to Rinaldi. The current pace for these two, 41.1 and 41.4, will be enough to gain on Greiner at the very least, lapping in 33. But it's certainly not enough for podium, as the podium positions are extremely quick compared to them, lapping into the 30s, into the low 30s, Petzold even nearly at 29. The gap is now 1 second between Marquez and Gebel for TG Racing. So this could be the change in position in a short amount of time. Look at the gaps in GT3, there is now 1.5 seconds between Zedner and Kolosov, so the battle is essentially over between those two, but Zedner just lost another second on Angerer, Vincent Angerer, in 7th place behind, and Popedinsky is slowly gaining time on Zedner 2. This is also just 1.8 seconds behind Angerer. Meanwhile, now the Ginetta could have a chance in front of the McLaren. He doesn't do so. Remains behind. Now the gap is very little, 31.2 in the last lap for Gebel, 32.0 for Marquez, so see that one is quicker but the other is consistent. So we'll see as time goes on which one of the two will be more important. Ooh, Licenta jumping a bit on the curbs. Marquez is gaining again some more time compared to the British little car that even competed in LMP1 once upon a time. Ginetta has always been one of those odd manufacturers that do everything but not really greatly, let's say. They went on to get an LMP1 chassis, even if it was something different. It was more like a... Ooh, that's the overtake between Vasquez Rodriguez and Ian Hopper. With Ian Hopper that lost a lot of time in acceleration. We can see the complete action here. Oh, that's why he lost a lot of time in acceleration. There was the Mercedes GT4 in the middle, which halted completely the Lamborghini and put Vasquez Rodriguez up ahead in front in 11th place. So the Ginetta, as I was saying, competed in everything in LMP1. In GT5 even, because they have the little GT5 league. GT4, GT2 now they are with the GT2. If I remember correctly, there were plans for a GT3, but they never really had any real application in real life. The current Ginetta at least. But their LMP1 struggle, rather than journey, was essentially made by buying well, apart from the partnership with Lotus that failed in a terrible manner for them, and essentially buying an LMP2 and just do a rebellion and put parts together. And their entire program, there is a good video with Tie-Dye, as always, and it's a very odd journey for them, because they arrived at Silverstone, if I remember correctly, with 2 cars planned, but only one that was essentially working. And the entire program failed on itself because it was the partnership with Lotus, which then said, no, not really, thanks. And then they were on their own. They really weren't a powerhouse like, I don't know, anyone else. So in the end, the program failed and was closed prematurely. Oh, vimos our yellow flags there for the car number 1, 2, 3. And this is the reason for the yellow flag being shown. Clear mistake at Branchemont. Oh, completely braking to let another car pass by. And obviously, when the replay was on, there's been an incident between the 2 cars that were battling early on. So have a look at this. The Porsche passes through. Can't recognize which one of the Porsches that is. But then the Ginetta tried to get into the inside line. Contact between the 2. More contact. And then the McLaren had the worst fate of the 2. So now... So now Tobias Gebel is in 29th place with Marquez 6 seconds behind. In 30th, as Jan Hoppel is glued and next to the Aston Martin number 106. So this battle isn't over, quite clearly. Lamborghini, trying the inside line, which was covered by the Aston Martin that went somewhere else, outside of camera, which led Ian Opel to gain back the place number 11. And that's now Ian Opel back in 11th place in front of Vasquez Rodriguez. Still defending the inside line in case Vasquez Rodriguez wants to make another move, but it doesn't seem like Vasquez Rodriguez will be able to make a response there. It's a very slow lap last time around for Vasquez Rodriguez, for at least their cars possibilities. It was a 20.0 compared to Ian Opel's 19.0. We go back to the battle for the lead. Rinaldi's last lap was at 17.1 even for Ruben, but clearly it was a massive mistake for Rinaldi because the French driver now sits only half a second in front of Ruben. Now can Ruben make the move into P1 before the pits, which will probably be open in around 25 minutes. Technically this is the quickest car on track at the moment, with Niklas Ruben set 16.6 early on. Now it was an 18.1 for Naldi, 16.9 for Huben, as they also rose the gap to 24 seconds to Drake Cruz. As on the other side of the track, there is also Lukas Schneckenburger battling with Soren Burr for 14th place, but this is possibly the overtake for the lead that could happen shortly, with the Ferrari having a good opportunity to survive thanks to the Mustang that was just there, as Messoa takes 8th place at the moment. But this is the Porsche going on the outside. That's not on the inside defending, and that's the position done for Niklas Huben, leading now the race in first place with a very nice touch on Lacombe, making a move on the outside and then the inside line. Now Huben can finally push the car to its limits to enlarge the gap between himself and Naldi, only 4 tenths behind. It was quite a rapid overtake, let's be real. Ferrari really had no speed in the Camel. Well, so there was also an accident between 108 and 115 early on, whilst they were battling for position. So this was the battle for 14th going on at the time. You can see from here the little oh wait, there was some contact clearly, which then put the Mustang out of line. There was also the change of position between Messoa and Wydzinski, getting slowed down by, you can see there, the GT4. And on the bus stop, that's the move done for Redouane Messoa. 8th place now for the French driver. So all 3 overtakes happening at the very same time. Luckily there was a contact between Burr and Schneckenburger, otherwise I couldn't have made the replay happening. I couldn't have made the replay happen. Meanwhile, Soren Burr and Mattia Max still battling. After all these hours, they are still battling. Future Racing Esports, number 115, and oh, this is very close between Pobedinski and Messoa. Don't know if there will be a response on Messoa from WePlay's race car, as the team is hiking positions since the start of the race, now up 7 from 16th. As the Future Racing Esports is battling with Max for 15th place. Considering their pace at Donington, this is quite a surprise for this team, having a lot of struggles so far. Mustang that was introduced a couple of years ago, well, to be completely exact, a year and a half ago, with the first participation in the Daytona, the 24-hour Daytona, and let's be real, it was a complete disaster. For the first year, this car that had several struggles, especially with its construction, with the rear deck that was falling apart every race, pretty much. And with the diffuser, with the rear deck, getting exposed during the races. They then went on to improve the car during the winter. Oh, there was a little contact there. During the winter, and now the car is a good contender in GTD and the GTD Pro, especially. With the two cars, 64 and 65, in GTD Pro in IMSA, whilst Proton in WEC is not really having the same energy. Remember that Mustang won the race in Daytona this year, and if I remember correctly, both WEC teams I won't say struggling, but not really having the same exact haven't rerun as the teams that are in GTD Pro in IMSA, as Jan Buscher and Ian Hoppel and a lot of other teams, to be fair. Redouane Messois and Evgeny Gamov all in the pits. Meanwhile, Mattia Mex and Soren Bö still battling for position. As one car is showing yellow flags in the middle of the racetrack. Apparently it's Oliver Burman. Oliver Burman is struggling so much because, oh no, he's not in the race anymore, that's why. So the car disconnected, yeah. The car was unfortunately in 8th place, is not in the race anymore. It's a big one there. I didn't take in time their team name. So disconnection for another team. Okay, the 408 isn't in the race anymore. Maybe I can just hope. Yeah, there was a replay. So it was Oliver Burman with the Team for Endurance event name that simply... Oh no, it's not a disconnection, it's just that he decided it was enough. Good race. Bye. And he disconnected from the race. Okay. I mean, cool. If he's happy with us. So another couple of cars are exiting the pit now. The Lexus is now out of the pits for the final 2 hours of the race. And Niklas Ruben having some struggles with the Ginetta, which earlier on I made a huge mistake. They weren't the ones that went on with Lotus to make an effort, but they went on with Mechachrome to make an effort, which then they switched engines because they were slow. And then their program simply failed. Anyway, since they withdrawn the race cars at the 6 hours of the following year, after making debut at the 2017 24 Hour of Le Mans. And still remember the reason for that, for the withdrawal, and it was because the team didn't pay Ginetta. So the Ginetta simply chose, okay, that's it, that's our cars, so we'll just withdraw them. And it was a pretty odd story. But a very short LMP1 effort for Ginetta. It was quite a disaster compared to other teams like Porsche, Toyota, Audi, Rebellion. Let's put them there. And Rebellion, which tried to be a contender even in the dark days of Hypercar and LP1. I say Hypercar because, yeah, I don't care. The Alpine effort was just a rebellion with another livery. As the Domesois is now in front of Pobedinsky, who just exited the pits. Considering the difference between now and the doom days of the higher class in WEC, it's quite a difference. 2020 we had only 3 teams. Alpine, which was a rebellion. We had Toyota. It doesn't really need any introduction. And the magnificent Glickenhaus, which many people obviously joke about, as Lucas Cinquemuga managed to get ahead of Renault Ricci, the pits. And actually both the cars managed to complete the 24-hour Le Mans in some fashion. They did it at the very least, compared to some other teams that didn't manage to do it for several years. My calls are still waiting for their finish line, and I don't think it will ever happen. What was it, like the 12th time? Last time around it was like the 12th time they managed to DNF from Le Mans. Like after a while I think there is a problem in the middle there. Michael that went on to drive with the Vanwall, which was another semi-disaster with the race car that was effectively illegal to run with Vanwall name. So they went with the Vanderwall, which was the same, and I think their major highlight was literally self-exploding the car, and with the brakes, with the brake duct being closed by Jacques Villeneuve. That was, I think that was the highlight of the team, and that says a lot, unfortunately. Now we have everyone. The majority of the cars that are in GT3 are also in the hypercar. We have BMW, we have BMW with RRL and VRT, which they are surviving somehow. Like RRL is not really the team that you want, that you think will win races. So what just happened here? So for a brief moment, my race control completely died. And showed Renault Ricci's. Oh, that's why. That's what happened. It's another mini disconnection from hip-off 13th now. So, as I was saying, in Uppercar there are multiple manufacturers that are in GT3 here, like Porsche with the 963, which is dominating in IMSA, and slightly less so in WEC for some reasons. I mean, I can say that the BOP is terrible. Like, it's not like Aku will follow me home, maybe. Like, I'm not completely sure, but there is a good chance that they will not do it. So we have BMW in both WEC and IMSA. Aston Martin with 2 different teams running the car. The Heart of Racing in IMSA and the effective Aston Martin team in WEC. Ironically, the IMSA team is working better than the WEC one. And we have Toyota, obviously, which is Lexus. But, oh, that's good battle between Hupov and Renault Ricci again for a little disconnection, because he's consistently dropping away from my race control. I just don't see him. And Andrei Hupov every time just respawn completely in another position. I just don't know when he exists in some sort of way. So we'll just keep the camera here at this point. We have Lamborghini in IMSA, not WEC, because the team is well. It's a different story with Lamborghini in IMSA especially, because now the team is run by Riley, which is not exactly the best team in the world, and it was Aerolinks before in both WEC and IMSA, and they pretty much failed to bring any real achievement, but that's also because the testing time was like 15 minutes and their testing time consists of Romain Grosjean crashing the car in Imola and literally throwing away the car because the chassis was broken after that. As Montoya is go back on the racetrack, and this is a very short battle for first place as Michael Tasher gained back first place quite rapidly with heated tires and a little undercut. The undercut is 1.3, but it will possibly rise as the time goes on. And losing, we have Ferrari with a 499P, which is 2.5, let's say, factory teams in WEC, and 0 in IMSA for some reasons. I still don't know why they haven't gone in IMSA. Apparently it's because there isn't the will to do it. Like there isn't a team that would take the effort, and I mean, yeah, okay, it makes sense. I don't think Risi Competizione wants to, or rather has the money to run the car, or I don't think anyone else has the capabilities to run the car. Like Inception now has the Ferrari, but there isn't a real Ferrari team. Like the only one that is a Ferrari team in IMSA is Risi Competizione, which we don't know where they went. Somehow not in bankruptcy, but every once in a while they just respawn and exist for one weekend and then they disappear once more. And I think it's all of them. But Porsche has another customer team in WEC and 2 more in IMSA, of which only one competes in the Sprint Cup and both of them in the Endurance Cup, with JDC Miller in both Enduro and Sprint, and the Proton only competing in Endurance Cup in IMSA and full-time in WEC, with not so great results in WEC. Let's be real about that. And I think it's all of them. I mean, Ian Russell and Dominic Cypress, after this long, elongated parenthesis about WEC and IMSA and Hypercar. Now the Bentley going for the inside line on the number 105, although it has the 76, as if it was a NASCAR car on the roof. Speaking of NASCAR, there is the All-Star race this evening. I think after this race is over, in 2 hours time, if I remember correctly. And last lap, it was an 18.3 for Cypress and a 17.6 for Russell. Only 2 attempts between the 2 cars, but this time the Bentley has a better run in the Camel Straight. And Bentley into the inside line with the Aston still trying to defend outside. And actually, it's actually working for a brief moment, but the Bentley will keep the momentum onto the inside line, pushing a bit the Aston out of the way, and that's the position done for Ian Russell, also dive bombing the Aston Martin GT4, apologies, Maserati, which is leading the pack in GT4, and also which made Cypress lose some time on Rochelle. As we go back here for 14th, as Andrei Ipov is not really fading away from Reno Ricci's view. It's actually the other way around after an 18.2 in the last lap. A huge mistake, clearly, for the LFM Esports compared to Miguel Reno Ricci, who lapped 17.3 in the last lap. For now, Hipov remains in a valid position. Meanwhile, Schumacher in third place in class in GT4 is currently on a very different strategy. But actually, everyone in GT4 is on a very different strategy, because both Krasov and Petzold went into the pits. Krasov only for a drive-through, and Petzold only to refuel the car. With the GT4 field having a very different strategy compared to the GT3 field, who are going in and going on a full service every time. The GT4 seems like it's going slightly different, with a full service and a half service, or not even that, for some teams. But McLaren this time has better tires, as they went on for a full service immediately. And Firefly Racing is currently only 1 second behind Michael Krasov. 41.2 in the last lap for Krasov, 30.5 for Schumacher. As now voice competition racing BMW is coming through. So the 107, little contact for them in 12th place at the moment. The last Norberg. As now it's night time and it's less than 2 hours to go. The handicap is only 1 second between the second and the third place holder in GT4 class. But there are many battles going on now. There is one for first. Teicher is not really fading away from Naldi's point of view. And Naldi's last lap was a 16.5, 16.8 for Teicher. There's also a battle for 18th between Calendini and Van Niemen. As it stands, no major difference between the two battles. They are both following the car ahead by a single second, but now it's slightly different because here, Herpel find the position on the inside of the source. That's Robert Klein, heavily impacted by Herpel's line. That's Klein losing position number 16 on La Source. And Herpel is now in 16th place for new engine, but this Mustang is 6 seconds behind Matthias Kruscher. Usually Herpel is way higher in the standings. It's completely different in this race where he's battling for 16th place. But I don't think it's over. And 13 seconds behind, there is also a battle between Calendini and Van Niemen. Although Calendini is now raising the gap some more. The Maserati leaves the way to the other GT3 cars, but it gives me a huge assist because it's the battle for second in GT4. With a 402 and a 403 battling for second when Luis Petzl is on a league on his own. 34 seconds ahead. And lapping 2 seconds quicker in the last lap. 1.5 to be honest. Compared to these two. Now can this be the difference in position on the bus stop? As there is also the battle between Messoa and Cypress in 7th and 8th place. But into la source. This could be the good opportunity that Schumacher was so much waiting for as he goes on the outside. Can he maintain the line on the outside? He does so. He has a better straight line speed on exit because of a better line on the outside. But Maserati is just better on the inside and takes the head of the battle into the Camel Straight. Again, trying to get creative, trying an opportunity on the outside of the comp this time around. But I have to do it on the inside. If they want to be sure, although these cars require way less grip, well, aerodynamically speaking, they don't have to They don't require the same aerodynamic grip as the GT3, so they can theoretically go on the outside for a move. They just have to use more tires. That was a car literally lunging itself on the inside. I have no idea which one it was, but it was extremely dangerous for this GT4 duo. As it's also the battle for the lead. The Ferrari and the Porsche. This is the overall lead. So I will keep on hold the battle between Schumacher and Krasov. Now last lap round for Naldi was a 17.3, 17.5 for Tasher, who is going a bit slower. So maybe a mistake with the pressures. For Tasher, who early on made overtake for first easily, without any real battle. He just arrived and took the position and instantly created a gap. Now it's the other way around. Taff is not really doing anything to get rid of his opponent. Naldi is still following closely the car ahead. And with 1 hour and 47 minutes to go, this means that there is only one more pit to go. Oh, unfortunately though, Naldi has a very bad moment here, because he had to remain stuck behind the AMG GT4 And so now there is another 1.5 seconds between the two cars. And this gives me the opportunity to go back to this battle for position number 2 in GT4. Between Schumacher and Krasov. Remember that Krasov is still on all tires. The track position here is extremely important. As is also the battle for 12 at the moment. Between Nordberg and Hipphoff. As West Competition Racing currently leading the championship in Endurance Cup. And Hipphoff in LFM Esports. Number 108. And just behind Reno Ricci, after a very lengthy pit stop, last time around 43 seconds for Reno Ricci. And if you're wondering why the 108 is so much behind now, it's because of a drive-through for exceeding track limits early on. And now it's the time for overtake, because Opov goes to the left of your screen, which is the right side of the racetrack. And that's a position done on Norberg easily on the BMW. Now in 13th place. There's been a yellow flag for Kossuth. It was a drive-through. Oh, that's why the yellow flag, they just came out of the pits after a drive-through for exceeding track limits. And it's the second car in GT3 to receive a drive-through after Frankenburger's mistake. As Schumacher managed to gain a position on Krasov early on. I'd like to see if I can show the overtake in some way. See if I can. Maybe I can just here. Just need to be more precise. No, this is way too late. So let's go for this one here. So this is the overtake that just happened between Schumacher and Krasov on the Kemmel straight. On the outside, the McLaren went, but with better tires. So it was passed on the outside for Schumacher, and that's second place for the McLaren. For Firefly Racing, 38 seconds behind Petzold, so realistically, unless Petzold literally crashes into a wall, this will be the best achievable for this McLaren team. Meanwhile, Nordberg is defending against Reno Ricci and Opel, who is just a second point three behind. Well, 1.5 respective of Norberg. Calendini, yellow flag showing for the 1-2-4. Stopping in the middle of the racetrack. Ooh, that was very close. We're leaders. So what was that? They just stopped there. And that was it. Just in the middle of the race, like, look at this. It was the Porsche leading the race that nearly collided and crashed with Mattia Calendini, who stopped in the middle of the race, like, for... not sure the reason for that. As the battle here still goes on, normally, between Norberg, Reno Ricci, Opel, and theoretically Hipov, which is just in front. We have 2.3 of advantage. The last lap, Hipov gained 4 temps on Norberg, who lost 2 temps on Miguel Reno Ricci. Stauscher made the fastest lap of the race so far in the last lap. No, wait, it's impossible. Yeah, okay, it's probably my controller glitched. Fantastic stuff. Oh, that's Norberg getting in some battle with Reno Ricci, going on inside of Lecombe and pushing effectively Norberg out of the racing line. That's a position done for Reno Ricci. 12th place for Best Friends, and that's 13th for West Competition Racing. Took by surprise, very likely, Norberg, and now he has to defend against Opel, or he has to make back the position with Reno Ricci up front. That will be for 12th. Remember that they are theoretically battling for still a possible top 10, as Luboslavski is 12 seconds in front of Andrei Ipov and lapping 18.5s. So completely valid to still be en route to make that a top 10. As in Opel, 1.5 to go. So obviously not too much time left. Remember that this race was 4.5 hours long. This night is now on. Remember that this track uses what is the 24-hour of Spa day-night cycle, so nighttime is around 10 o'clock. There was a little contact between Podienski and 413. We can have a look at it. This was Vasily Podienski. And that's on just ahead. Oh, it was a scratch of paint, but it seems normal. Up in the leader, Naldi clearly lost the momentum, as it was a few times gap. It is now a 2.6 seconds gap between the two. it was a battle here for 40 seconds between Tobias Korn and Matthew Hughes, between 410 McLaren and the Ginetta 409. The 4 times between the two. Okay, the Ginetta take the better position here. Very close. Ginetta to McLaren. Meanwhile, we go back here because look at this! Oh, Lars Norberg and Jan Opel going extremely close. I think there was some contact between the two. And there's the BMW losing the place on Jan Opel. So there was some contact with the 117. But look at this overtake once more. Took by surprise because look at this, it was a nice gap and then everything fell off because of the very same McLaren that always has been involved in some contacts. This time they just were at the wrong spot at the wrong time. The 416 stopped on the racetrack. So what's the reason for the 416 stoppage? Oh no, that's not ideal. Yeah, that's not great. Barrel rolling in the middle of the racetrack. Yeah, that's a good reason to return to garage. So both corner yachts are still here. So for 30 seconds last lap it was a 33.990 for corner, for 34.04 Hughes. The Stowers barrel. A very peculiar place. I never saw a car barrel rolling on exit of Stavel. So Ginetta goes in to take the position, and that's Ginetta now in 42nd place with Cornet has to follow behind the 410, and that's the position done for Hughes. Just a couple of positions up front, Fabio Grenier, the usual suspect, let's say, and Tobias Gebel are battling for 4th place, only 1 second gapping each other. And that will be for 28th overall. With 1 hour and a half to go. And theoretically, under the 2 stops at the horizon, so I don't think they have the opportunity to make it to the end. And the 10... Oh, that's... The 413... Struggling on the racetrack. Something happened here. So what happened? So number 413, I wonder if it was a collision with another car for Denisenko. Oh, there was a collision. Yeah, there was a collision with another race car. So let's have a better look at it. So yeah, I think it was the Mustang. So the Mustang just lost the rear. No, no, not this one. Okay, never mind. We'll just... So I would like to understand what happened there. It's better from this camera. So it was Aston Martin coming through. Oh, that's also the wall. Whichever Aston Martin that was. As there is a battle for 12th place, Jan Hoppel and Reno Ricci. Battling for position here, number 12. Good Hoppel that made an 18.4 in the last lap compared to 20.7, so Miguel Ricci clearly a mistake for the drive. Oh, Grenier is off! Oh, that's a huge one because Grenier and Van Niemen have collided. And Grenier was battling for 4th place in GT4. So yeah, we can see what happened just now. Lots of cars getting involved here. That's a Ferrari from Oplies going through. This is Romain Van Niemen going inside and closing the door way too early and crashing into the wall. This was pretty much on their own. Very odd action there. Closing the door way too early on the McLaren, which doesn't have any guilt apart from existing. And it's very unfortunate because that was a very nice battle in GT4 that has been demolished, as Gable now has a 5 seconds gap on Grenier. Now will Reno Ricci launch the car into Hoppel's side? Or will he wait for the pits to open for the team as people is still glitching? Just about everywhere. The gap between Aldi and Tauscher is oddly still the same, 1.8 seconds, as Bufby is just a second and a half behind Pogelov. He's getting very close to podium, but I'm starting to doubt he can get the podium. Never mind the win, obviously. The win, I don't think the win was conditioning. Wait, this is the Aston Martin trying to achieve an advantage position on the Lamborghini that really didn't give any space as Van Diemen is in the pit to repair the car. As also Cypress and Podinski are battling for 8th place. This is the current battle for 8th place. Dominic Cypress, Simon C. Endurance that fell off a cliff after the start. They were way higher early on. They were in 4th place even. Now they are in 8th, struggling to keep 8th. As the car behind is very much applying pressure to get there. And Simon C will lose another spot then. Neiman still in the pits, still repairing the car. But it was a very slow in Radillon, but relatively fast enough to remain in front. As Opel is into the pits now for an undercut, and so the first of the undercuts happen now with 1 hour and a half to go. As Podinski very close to Cypress up there. There's also Bugby extremely close to Bogelov for 4th place. So although several hours have passed, the battles are still going on. The night doesn't stop anyone. If anything, some drivers may benefit from night time. Oh, that's for the Provedinski nearly colliding with the Seymour C up front. As Messoa is into the pits now. Now into the Camel Straight, Bufby could manage to get position down here on Pogredov, and matter of fact it does so on the outside. It tries nearly a spin there for both cars, but that's Pogredov losing the position on Bufby. On the outside he went and made the pass instantly on the Camel Straight. So we go back here, the situation remains the same for these two. So that's oh, there's a contact for Bogredov. There's a huge contact with the Mercedes up front, the GT4 one, and so we had lots of performance there for Aston Martin driver. Meanwhile, Pobedinski just behind Ron, still battling with Cypress. With Cypress in 7th place now after Messoa pitted. And so also means this also means that for 5 minutes I will take a short break because I still have to go for another hour and a half. So I will just mute myself as there has been an incident here. So what just happened? So this was the 412 exiting the pits. Oh, there is a contact there. Look at this. Oh, there's a massive crash. 413. What happened there? Someone getting involved in something. But look at this. It was another car getting involved there. It was clearly a GT3. It was. Oh, it was. Oh, there's a contact there. Yep. It's very unfortunate. I think it was. It was a Mustang, that's for certain. I think it was Helper, yeah, it was Dustin Helper making contact and effectively demolishing the Aston Martin GT4. And so yeah, that's going to be a penalty for certain for Helper. As I was saying, I will go for 5 minutes of break, as the pit stop are also going on just now. And I will be back shortly for the rest of the race. Okay, I was muted, apologies. So, as I was saying, these past 10 seconds, the break was a bit longer than expected, to be honest. But now Richter is driving the Porsche, and oh, big one! George Boothby is back in the pits for a drive-through. For whether it is exceeding track limits or speeding in the pit lane, Boothby is back in the pits. Oh no, wait. Oh no, he was still in the pits. Yeah, he never left the pits. Yeah, apologies. My mistake there. For a brief moment, I thought he already went into the pits, but it was Team Nitro. Yeah. As I was saying, Team Nitro just exited the pits, and there's still one more to go, because with 1 hour and a half and 10 minutes to go, you have to go into the pits just once more. And now only 70 minutes remaining. It's basically becoming a sprint race in terms of distance. And early on, I put, while I was muted, I put the battle between Naldi and what was at the time Huben, which was only a couple of attempts between the two. But then Naldi now in the pit and about to either come back in the battle or in front or completely behind Bastian Richter, who is the quickest of the Team Nitro's lineup, and likely will show us all how it's done here as Naldi is back on the racetrack. You can see Richter coming through, with the gap obviously getting shorter and shorter and shorter. You can see the Ferrari up there, just exiting the pits, but not enough. Not early enough, and that's Naldi now back in second place. Not far away, but Ferrari is now back in second place, with Richter in first. GT4, it's all to be decided, as Luis Petzold is still leading, but only 10 seconds in front of Schumacher, who just pitted for fuel only in the last lap, and Polyakov then follows another 30 seconds behind, with Gebel in 28th, and Grenier just behind in the 407 McLaren. It will possibly remain here because Ramonet is very close to Richter. The battle for first never really ended. It was on since the very start of the race. And the only moment where it wasn't directly on was when the gap was either reducing or remaining steadily inside the 5 seconds. These two teams have remained with no more than 6 seconds of gap with each other, and this has been a wonderful battle for these two teams. Whoever wins out of them will be equal to the other, and probably it's going to just be a matter of who is where at the very end of the race rather than during the race, because at this point they both have the same pace. They just have to be lucky to be the car ahead at the right time, because these two teams have basically been first and second, second and first, second and first, first and second, depending on the stints, more than anything else. Last lap for Richter was a 17.2, so not the quickest lap of the world. Derek Cruz also made a 17.2. Messoa is back in 7th, nearly 6th, after not 1 but 2 spins. And it's likely that he will be able to get at least into 5th for the time being. If he gets 4th, it's going to be magical, as Ramonet unfortunately lost an entire second there. So you can see Maswa just behind Rachel, 18.1 for Rachel, 17.6 for Maswa. This driver is exceptional, but the main issue is that he's way too aggressive, and this led to a self-spin because of that, and the Bentley will be heavily damaged because of the Aston, and that's the Porsche going on the outside and taking the position out of Rachel. On the inside it goes, side by side between the two, but the Bentley was... oh, never mind! The Bentley braking as late as physically possible, and Rachel remained ahead of the car 118, and the Porsche is still in 7th place. I'll be honest, I thought it was already a done deal, and it really wasn't. And also in 4th place, Bufby and Kolosov are still battling. It's not over yet between those two teams, and this is just helping both Rochelle and Mesa. 9.5 seconds behind now, but if Kolosov can give Bufby some trouble, Bufby who has been driving for the whole race so far. So possibly he's a bit tired, rightfully so. So the performance is also getting lower. The fact that you can see here Bufby and Kolosov. Last lap it was 18.2 for Bufby, 17.1 for Kolosov. Need a contact between those two cars. Now crossing the line once more. With a 16.7 for Bufby, 16.4 for Kolosov. And some GT4s in the middle that could ruin Bufby space. So you can see Kolosov very, very close to the Lexus up there. On the outside he tries. Can he make it stick? Oh, there was some contact, I think, over the curb he goes. But he doesn't manage to do so. Meanwhile, Meswa didn't hesitate. He managed to get the position done. As we can see from this replay, not from here, but I went from here. This one was missing. Meswa with an incredible straight line speed behind the Bentley, and he managed to get position done from the outside and braking later. As you could also see, it was also the Bentley helping a bit. Meswa to be understanding that still a long race, but the position would have been lost anyway if he would have waited too much. Another battle is between Kolosov and Bufby, and if they keep the battle on, it's going to be between these two. But also, Meswa will be part of this battle. So it will be a freeway battle for position number 4. As I think Drake Cruz is 20 seconds ahead, and in 1 hour it's very difficult to gain enough time on such a high goal. Drake Cruz's last lap was a 17.2, so it's pretty much done for the podium places. Cruzov still follows as closely as they can, but you can see here after lapping those two GT4s, some contact between Kolosov and Bufby. You can see how close. Oh, it's bump drafting altogether. This is giving the Lexus some time to survive. Not sure why Carlos didn't go for the overtake on Brookby, but instead went for the bump draft. I think it's slightly larger, 7 times between Kolosov and Brookby, with kind of a 1-1-3 just behind. The 17.8 was the last lap for Kolosov, 17.7 for Brookby. And the last hour, these are probably the last overtake battles. These two are possibly the last battles for positions, as Messoa is getting closer as the laps go on. 60 minutes to go, so this means roughly about 28 laps to go, maybe less, probably. Say 26 maybe laps to go. And 8 seconds are easily doable in these conditions, even because if these two keep battling, well, the gap is going to be reduced even more. Last lap it was a 17.6 for Brookby, 17.8 for Kolosov, 17.2 for Messoa, 17.8 for Russell, who is at this point just not really the same wavelength. As Brookby is frantically trying to get in front of every single GT4 he can as quickly as he can, even if it means taking some more risks, which he did now. He did create some gap with Kolosov behind, but all reduced to bits after this Mercedes 420 is just in the middle of the way. And Kolosov is just behind once more as the leader starts the 89th lap. Surely we will get to the 100th. As I said, it's possibly going to be another 27 laps, probably. We'll get to the 110, not sure about the 120. So McLaren cuts the chicane completely. There's a bus stop being cut by one of the McLarens in GT4. That was I cannot see the number now. Not anymore. There's also the battle between GT4s, speaking of which, that's for 4th place between Grenier and Gebel. We go back here for the battle between Brookby and Kolosov. .3 the last lap for Brookby, 17.1 for Kolosov, 17.0 for Messoa. But slightly slower than both just slightly quicker than both being closer, but the rate at which he gained is slightly slower. Up front, Richter 16.8, 17.04 Ramone. Only 2.5 seconds between each other. The Richter is still lapping in a very strong 16.9, but at this point it doesn't really mean anything as he's no man's land. 18 seconds in front of Bubbi, 26 behind Ramone. So 16.5 for Bubbi. This has been a complete overhaul of the situation. Which calls off 16.8, Messoa 17.7. Entire second lost for the French driver, so as time goes on, this may mean the end also for the French driver. Meanwhile, I want to see if I can catch the overtake that has happened between Gebel and Grenier early on. Oh, that's Ginetta also off. Getting pushed off in the 404. So this was still too late. Let's try this one. So this was I suppose it was just me remembering wrongfully that Gebel was ahead of Grenier, but it was so much time ago that I started to confusing who was where. So yeah, the overtake never happened, to be fair. This was Gebel getting closer to Grenier after the pit stops. Gebel now lost time. Because, oh, that's Ramone! Oh, Ramone into the wall! Huge one for the second place, the car! Ramone is into the wall! What just happened is massive! Let's have a look. Oh, they just proceeded and completely demolished the race car. That's it. That's the race done for Ramone. That's the race done for Uplight Esports. That's the podium gone completely for the entire team. What just happened? This is massive. This has to be seen again once more from another angle. So how did it happen? So look at this. They just bottomed out at the rear end of the car. Massive one. Maybe from this camera it's slightly easier to be seen. So look at this from the exit. Oh yeah, definitely odd. They are completely bottomed out, and that's done. That's Matteo Naldi and Axel Ramone DNFing for today. after being first and second for the whole race, and I mentioned not even 5 minutes ago that this would have been either first or second. Curse of the commentator as always. And so this means that everyone bar Richter jumps spot with the recruit in second, and now this is the battle for the podium between Buffby and Kolosov after Mesua effectively conceded, as Opel is also losing so much time behind one of the Mercedes GT4s, and Oyster and Burnham 13th now could become second, 12th, not second, 12th. For West Competition Racing, as the race goes on, but it is a major implication, as Hoplite will not score the podium they were about to score, as the 107 is trying the overtake on campus, and Stavro on the outside it tries. After going on inside, there's still some opportunity there, but Lamborghini closes the door as soon as possible, and this is Brennan still battling. Meanwhile, Beckman and Herpel also battling for 14th place on the very same spot. But these two have the same race car, the Ford Mustang GT3. There's 3 different battles going on as the 107 West Competition Racing goes for the launch on the inside of the bus stop chicane. It doesn't complete the overtake, but there was a clear indication that this was about to happen now. Can Brenham do the same on La Source, or will he wait until a more clear opportunity arises? It doesn't seem to be close enough. Meanwhile, also Herpel nearly colliding with Beckman. Actually, he did collide with Beckman. You can see the little danger flag. That's because there was collision between Herpel and someone else, in this case Beckman, obviously. So up front, Brenham and Hopel are also still going on the Camel Straight this time around, with Lamborghini closing the door on the outside. We are short of 2 minutes to get into the final 48 minutes. From then on, everyone that will make the pit stop will be able to arrive the finish flag without another pit stop in the making. Although not really 48 minutes, they should wait at least to the 45th minute and 40 seconds to go, to be sure, to make it to the end, to be exactly correct. Because if you go to the pits with 47 minutes to go, but the leader goes on for another lap, you are done and you will get penalized. So it's better to go to the 45 and 20 seconds to go, and 40 seconds to go. You can see Brendan how close he is. From the splitter we go. Now will Lamborghini defend the inside, or the inside it goes on to defend the inside. Opposite of the last time, this could be the BMW up ahead for 12th place. But once more, the Lamborghini has a better exit. Now defending again the inside, then changing line, going on outside, and the Lamborghini left the space open on the inside line. That was a massive mistake for Jan Hopel, which led Brennan on the inside line, who took the position easily. Now will Hopel try a position? That was a bit of a cut, as Herpel and Beckman are also battling for position number 14 on their case, but we will stay here because I think Opel, after cutting completely the Rouge, will at least try to get the position down. But he didn't manage to do so. He remains in 13th place. Beckman still defending against Herpel, where the position didn't change. But Herpel is now on the inside line of Lecombe, breaking late and taking the racing line all on himself, dominating the racing line, and that's the position done for Dustin Herpel, 14th place now, 17 seconds behind the battle for 12. So very likely this is, even for them, the best possible position. Third place still undecided between Brookby and Kolosov after Messois. I think he realistically chose to stop pushing, as 5th place will probably be the best achievable position for French driver, who effectively, let's be honest, kind of demolished his own race all by himself. So he probably accepted the fate in front of him. He's not scoring 16s anymore. So battle in GT4 also goes on between Tom Winch and Fabian Parke. Tom Winch in the Ginetta and Fabian Parke in the McLaren, 4-1-0. There's also the battle between Gamow and Schneckenburger. Here you can see the Lamborghini and the Aston Martin battling hard as the 1-2-0 has to go into the inside. There is no space available for the Aston Martin. Oh, there is a contact and there is a crash. As the 1-2-0 gets thrown out of the track, colliding with one of the GT4s, and that led to a chain reaction as Stefan Behrens here gains the position on Mimozar. We will see the incident once more. So look at this, what happened among these cars. These three. Look at it, this is the best camera. The Aston Martin tried to go to the right, effectively pitch maneuvering the Lamborghini and throwing the Ginetta, which I didn't really understand which car it was. It was a Ginetta. I wonder if it was... Oh, Fabian Parke gaining the position on Tom Winch on the main back straight. We can see that again. So this was the overtake from Fabian Parke for Buchholz racing team. We're going on the inside line and ruling out the Ginetta. I was trying to pinpoint which Ginetta it was. Oh, it was this one. It was TG Racing. It was Tobias Gebel. He's not really having much fun lately after getting thrown out of the racetrack. Had no name. And then getting involved in this incident. Gebel saw possible 4th place fading away in the distance. As Tom Winch and Fabian Parke still aren't over with their battle. A couple of cars went into the pits. Those two were Redouane Messois and Axel. Oh, no, never mind. And Tobias Gebel. 405 is into the... Oh, this is a huge one! 405! Fabian Greener is now in the podium! And also out of the racetrack! What is happening? So both Grenier and Marquez. So we'll see what happened to both cars. So look at the 405 first. Let's have a look. As Marquez goes on and loses the rear, goes straight, loses the rear once more, and finds itself in the gravel. Nothing too exaggerated, but the 407 was actually involved in 2 different crashes. This was the first one. So the 407 getting involved in several contacts this afternoon and evening. So this was the first one, again with the Lamborghini from early on. I don't really see the incident. Oh yeah, there was a slight contact, but nothing too much. But this was the huge one, apparently. Just moments later into Pujon. Because I think this car went into the wall. Was it because of someone else? Oh yeah, it was another car passing through and put the car into the wall. So it was an Aston Martin. So yeah, that's why there is front end damage to the McLaren. Van Niemen just collided with another car. So, with 40 minutes to go, this essentially is now a complete domination for Richter over the rest of the field. 30 seconds over Drake Cruz, and unless they literally crash into the wall, this is going to be a win for Team Nitro. Then in second place BS Plus Competition, and in third place it's still not completely decided. 255 competition is currently leading the podium battle, but Brezov Kolosov is only 2.5 seconds behind. Beckman is 2 seconds now behind Herpel. He lost some good time. And so we go back here because Tom Winch and Fabian Parke are still battling for what will be 5th place theoretically. As Grenier is now out of the pits. As Petzold in a 401 collided with a 102, so two of the most important cars. Was it a huge collision or was it just a little, oh yeah, just a little bump? With the Maserati consequently going extremely wide into Pujon. That's also Schumacher now out of the pits in a McLaren. Full service for them, which puts them very likely second place. Obviously there are still some drivers that have to pit, and those pits may be extremely important, as Richter is on his 98th lap, about to cross the 99th, and then the 100th lap. And it's obviously very difficult to make any prediction in the standings because the track is so big. So now Messoa is back on the race track with a 2.8 distance with Beckman. But remember that Beckman and basically everybody else, apart from Schneckenburger, no, never mind, he didn't pit. Ian Hoppel is the other GT3, and Berends also pitted. Now Drake Cruz also in the pits. Now will Beckman be a wall against his rival if and when Messoa will reach him? Although I think the question is more when rather than if. You can see the gap is now not there anymore. So it's going to be interesting if there is sportsmanship here, or Beckman will try to defend a position that isn't his. 55 minutes to go. Last pit stop inbound. Many cars possibly deciding if it is worthy to get to the end without a full service. It's here that BS Plus Competition didn't think about this. It just went in for a full service and that was it. As the Porsche is clearly flashing lights, clearly asking to get some more. Oh, there is need a contact between those two. So yeah, the Mustang is actually trying to defend as much as possible, and there was a contact between the two. With Beckman, Messoa made a contact there. Beckman tried to defend a position that, as I said, wasn't his to begin with. So Richter is now in his 100th lap. He's 46 seconds behind. And as I said, it's going to be interesting. Maybe some drivers will actually go for the... Oh, Pusher is... Okay, no, never mind. For the fuel only. At the very end of the stint. Oh, vamos a dar contact with the LFME Sports Aston Martin. Currently in 7th place. Little tap from behind. It's very confusing right now. I can't understand that. Maybe because I don't really know where the cars are at this point. Because if some can get far away, far enough, rather, with this team, there is a good possibility that someone may go just for fuel stint. It's very tight, that's for certain. But with half an hour to go, there is a chance. Oh, the 420 is not really facing the correct way. What happened here to the 420? Was it a contact with somebody else or was it on their own? So the 420 gives way to the McLaren. Oh, there was some contact. And then the wall for the 420. Some more penalties. There was a stop and go 30 seconds penalty for the car number 407. That's the car now in 42nd place. It was Fabio Grenier receiving a stop and go penalty. It was 30 seconds. This was a massive one for, I guess, speeding in the pit lane. So now they are even behind Tobias Korn, bringing in the podium position Yannick Schumacher. No, he was already there. But this is the battle for the podium. Effectively, Yannick Schumacher, can he get in front of Polyakov for second place? No, he cannot. As Polyakov just went in for a drive-through. So they will have a very worn out car. As now everybody is going out of the pits. Some cars still didn't go into the pits though. As I can see here. Let's see if this works. Usually it doesn't, but let's have a try. Let's see if this works. Don't think it will. But if it does, you will see on the tower on the left that some cars have 4 pit stops, some have 5. Those with 5 have made their final pit stop, those with 4 still have to do so. As I said, I don't really trust all of these, because usually this doesn't work. Let's have a try though. Let's have a try. Maybe this is the time where you can finally see the pit stops in the tower. As Kolosov is once more gaining on Bufby, but he chooses to go into the pits. The Aston Martin 113 is now pitting. Oh yeah, it works! For once! It does. No, okay, it doesn't. Never mind. It doesn't work. Unfortunately. There were some cars that weren't showing the correct number of pit stops. So here we are. So 16 seconds behind Jan Ruscher. And so we have our first car that went for the tactic I just expressed early on. Messoir is behind Russell on pit strategy, because Russell just went in to fuel up the car. 8 seconds in the pits. 5th place on track. This could be huge. This could be unironically huge. And Capo did the same. Fuel only, 16 seconds in the pits. So only 2 cars went with this tactic for now. Wonder if somebody else would go for it. It's a bit risky, but I will do it. 30 minutes aren't a lot. These tires can... He didn't change tire. No, he didn't. He just beat it for 8 seconds. And he just put fuel in the car. And he is 5th on pace. He is indeed 5th as he stands. As Kolosov is still in the pits. This could be a jump even for Russell. Be a bit too optimistic. At least physically he will get out in front of Kolosov. 4th place for Russell. Mesua did change fuel, did change tires and put full fuel. Yes, it did. Only, as it stands, only 2 teams went with fuel only. The 106 in 9th place, that's Best Friends Esports, and Ian Russell for DXT Motorsport in 4th place now. But I'm pretty sure that Pokerov will arrive very quickly for the last half an hour. But more importantly, will Boothby do the same? So will he just put fuel in the car? I think he will. I honestly think he will. There isn't a world where it doesn't do so. Meanwhile, in 2nd place in GT4 there is also another fight. Polyakov and Schumacher, 2nd and 3rd in GT4. Polyakov didn't change tire nor put fuel in the car, they just went for a drive-through. Yannick Schumacher, full service. But early on, this team was also one of the few that went only for this huge crash and huge incident there. Someone was spinning in the background, and this was Polyakov also getting involved in the 402. Huge one there. Couple of cars getting involved. You can see the replay from the helicam. What just happened? Polyakov got involved just in front. Oh, you can see a car getting sideways. It was a Mercedes, and then this was a huge one for Polyakov, and I think it was. Don't really know who that was. That was from the replay, but that was certainly the 106 getting involved. And the 412. So it was Jonathan Barracuda getting involved in the incident. Unfortunately, yeah, you can see the Mercedes here. And oh, that's also another fight going on. And it was the 106, which is Capo. It was the Aston Martin of Best Friends Esports getting involved in the incident. And so this means that Andrei Hipov is now very close to the car ahead after the incident early on, as Bastian Richter and George Boothby are both into the pits and very likely will both just put fuel in the car. Our Best Friend Esports with Vasquez Rodriguez and Rino Ricci. Are now in 9th place, but are... Oh, that's an overtake on the grass! What was that? It was impressive to be seen. And Ipov will not be able to make the overtake on Poe, but I want to see that again. Look at that. It was magnificent to be seen. Have a look at what just happened. Hipov trying to overtake GT4 there. You can see on the grass he goes, doing the best BMW impression, as Kevin Magnussen did the same at the 6 hours of Spa a couple of weeks ago. So it was a full service for Ruben. I mean, he can do it. But Boothby, as I said earlier, it was indeed only fuel. So this is the battle for second between Nils Nojoks, 3.9 seconds behind, and George Boothby. Then there is the battle for fourth for Russell and Pogerov, battling for fourth, and then there is the one for ninth with Poe and Ipov battling for 9th place. Unfortunately, there isn't a battle for position in GT4 anymore after the bullying action that just happened early on. But only 20 minutes are remaining. Only 20 minutes to go. This could be a huge fight. In 3 different places on the same track. Oh, that's very slow for Poe. Getting slowed down by MG GT4. That's 4-0. But you can see now Hipov going on the inside line of La Source. He will brake later. He will go for the inside. Over the curb. Can he maintain the line? You can see on the right side of your screen the rear bit of Poe, who doesn't really commit too much considering he has worse tires. And that position done for Hipov, number 9. After the stop and go, after the drive-through he received early on in the race. Meanwhile, in 4th place, Ian Russell, Alexander Pogilov, both battling for the very same spot. Last lap for Russell, 18.5, 17.9 for Pogilov. DXC Motorsports is still ahead, but in the bus stop I think we will see the overtake. As a matter of fact, you can see the Aston already committing to the inside line. Into the bus stop, better tires. Nothing to be done for Ian Russell, who has to resist another 12 seconds with Domeswa in 6th place. As this goes on, Nils Nojox 16.7, he is pushing. He is pushing hard. 21 minutes to go. I don't think there will be much choice for Boothby. It's a risky strategy, that's certain. But there will be another 18 seconds when eventually Nojox will get Boothby. You can have the best tires in the world, but you can't really be aggressive with 90 minutes that have to be done on the same set of tires. Even in their real life counterpart, these tires can only go on for about 75 minutes, maybe 80. An hour and a half is quite a lot of time. I never saw a puncture happening live. Will this be the first time this will happen? Also in GT4 it's not over yet for Greener. After the stop and go 30 seconds penalty, he is now in 31st place. After having lost an eternity of time, he was battling for 4th with Gebel. Now he's battling with Korn for 30th, which is 7th in class. Nojox is now 1.5 behind Boothby. With 20 minutes to go, Kuben has a 30 seconds advantage over Boothby as it stands, but soon it will be the BMW number 102 BS Plus competition. But the real question is, will Pogilov get close enough to Boothby in time? Last lap it was a 17.1 for Pogilov, 17.6 for Boothby. Half a second per lap. Now remember that Boothby's tires will just get worse and worse as the time goes through. Nojox last time was 16.8, an entire second nearly quicker than Boothby, so that battle is not really. Oh, that's so Burr into the wall! Number 115 Fisher Racing Esports. So something happened to Søren Burr. We go for a replay of what just happened. I think it was all on their own. There weren't cars close to them. So over the comb, over the curb. Oh, that's almost there. Drifting, gravel, outside of the wall. Which is the important bit, but they unfortunately lost the position on Max. Moving 15th place, as this is the battle for second place going now. With no jokes. Remember that Nojox has new tires, Booby doesn't. Yeah, Russia is going very slowly, 20.0 in the last lap. He lost everything possible in the last lap. 20.0 for Russia. Messoa 17.8. Pogerov 17.1, so I'm not sure how good of a tactic that was for the band. I think they chose to go without a change of tires, without thinking about doing it early on, so you need to save the tires to do that, obviously. It's a good tactic, I will go for it, for that, but you also have to relieve some pressure from your tires, and as it stands, that car is not really moving. 19.0. Not great as it stands. That's why it's 8.6 seconds behind. Yeah, now Jox very close to Boofby. Doesn't go for a move yet. He probably will go as soon as an opportunity arises. 16 minutes to go, so roughly about 7 laps to go. But Boofby probably will try to defend the second place as soon as possible, as much as he can. Either he saved the tires in a wonderful manner, which he is able to do so, but Kane, I'm not sure how much of a good idea that is if Pogilov starts to eat time up, because the cliff is always there. As this car was starting from 26th on the grid. They've been moved dives, and maybe he certainly can brake later than Bookby, thanks to more grip on the tires. Again, you can see the difference in braking between the two cars. 17.8 for Bookby, 17.8 obviously for Naujox, 16.5 for Pogorelov. That's what I'm speaking about. There are still 15 minutes to go. Huge break for Naujox, who try to go to the outside, but there's an Aston Martin just in the middle of the way, as the GT4 exists and can't really do anything from there. So now Naujox has to find another way through. Very unlucky in this moment. He could have gone for it. But there was another car in the middle of the way. And Pogorelov is just gaining time. 16 seconds now behind. It was 18 at the very start of the lap. This could be a good opportunity for Nojox to get rid of Booby into the bus stop. From the splitter cam, how close he is, but he will break later. Booby breaks as late as he can. No, impacting Nojox's line as Calendini gets the overtake down on Burr. 16th place for the Italian. Now into La Source once more. Oh, there is the opportunity there. Into the inside line he goes. Nojox, can he get the position done on Booby on worn tires? Will they go side by side on Rouge? No, they will not, but the BMW has the slipstream advantage. The Lexus doesn't. 11 minutes to go. 18.6 in the last lap for both cars. 17.1 for Pogolov. Other second and a half. It's been taken away from the 113. Oh, there is little contact, I think, between the 101 and Nojox in the 102. He's defending very, very hard. And I'll be honest, I'm starting to doubt my own statement from early on. Oh, that's a big mistake for Booby in top 1. It's clear that the tires are starting to give up massively. Look at this. Yeah, the car doesn't really have much to offer. It's more Booby repositioning the car in a wonderful way. It's not really leading. To Nojox finding a way through. Oh, he has to attack. 10 minutes to go. Time is ticking. Pogolov is still believing in it. Hoping for it. Oh, as he goes on the inside line on the bus stop. There is no contact between the two. But again, a wonderful defense from Booby. He cannot make it. Nojox still remains behind. Placing the car wonderfully in the middle of the apex. Even with a worse car, he is simply being outstanding at the moment. Wonderful defense. With a car that shouldn't be in second place at the moment. But he doesn't care. He's trying whatever is possible. Now, maybe, just maybe, is the time of change. As Nojox is thinking about something. But whatever something was in the making, it was way too late. He gave time to the Lexus to have a better line and once more. Booby predicting Nojox's line. The BS Plus competition cannot pass through. It was another second. Oh! Okay, that took me by surprise. I'll be honest, that was the McLaren getting just in the middle of the way for Nojox. So let's have a look at it. The 407, who unfortunately had a drive-through for exceeding track limits. This is the very same McLaren as always getting involved here, but you can see this could ruin Nojox's run. As Niklas Huben went on to set the quickest lap of the race so far, 16.340. Eight minutes to go. 3, maybe 4 laps. The Lexus really doesn't have a pace. Look at this. 18.4 in the last lap. 18.8. There isn't pace in that car. It's just moving wonderfully defensive and placing the car in a magical way, I would say. The 102 can't really do anything. Pogalov 17.8. If it was just quicker, it could have been better, but it really isn't that quick. It is quick, but not enough to get into these two in time. 7 minutes to go, and Norjox can't pass through. Both drivers are great, but this is just the difference between a great driver and a perfect driver. Norjox simply cannot pass. He's strategically placing the car where it counts and taking away every advantage Norjox could have in the tires. Now Norjox has to think about something else. He cannot simply go with the flow. He has to be creative. 6 minutes to go, time is ticking. He knows it. Lexus is braking in campus. There is no grip in that car. There is absolutely no grip in that car. You don't brake in campus. He did it now. You can see he is trying to take everything possible. Meanwhile, Ruben just went quicker, 16.332 for the leader of the race. 15 minutes ago, if you would have told me that these two would have been battling for position with 5 to go, I would have called you a madman. Now, with 5 to go, it's actually possible that Woofy remains in second place. 17.7 is somehow made a sub 18 with a car that cannot really do it. You can see how low he is in La Source. It's practically a rock. He's a piece of cobblestone at the moment. But that piece of cobblestone is currently in second place because Boob is moving it with every single part of his own. That car doesn't really have tires at this point, it's just on cubes. It has the same grip as a plastic surface, and yet it continues to be second, braking as late as it can, maybe a bit too late this time around. Can the BMW make it on the outside? Little contact, and that's the Lexus now in third place. Little mistake on the brakes, he went way too deep, way too confident, and that was the overtake for position number 2. You can see the action from the helicam up here. Look at this. Lexus understands that he has the upper ground, but he just brakes a bit too late, ruining his entry with a car that doesn't really have tires. And that's Norjox now in second place. And this is maybe, just maybe, the end of the battle for second. Woofy made something impressive, to say the least. I think it's unbelievable that he managed to stay in front for nearly 20 minutes. Actually, more than 20 minutes. No, 20 minutes. I think exactly 20 minutes, but it was so much defense there for Woofy. He really tried everything he could to remain second, and that was all on his own magical. It was all George Woofy in those moments, as the car simply was there, but it was simply existing at that point. It wasn't really buying him any time. Still not over though. We're still behind. He still thinks about it. Maybe it's not over. The straight line is the only place where the Lexus can still battle without a disadvantage. Mivu goes on the right. This is the Lexus on the outside. Can he make it back into second? He does so! He makes it back into second place! How did it happen? Fantastic stuff there! And the BMW is back in third! This is sensational! Moving back in second place. He doesn't really care about the tires, it just exists. And it makes it back into second. With basically 90 minutes. No, not really 90 minutes, but about 80 minutes old tires compared to literally fresh tires. And it's less than 2 minutes to go, so this means it is the white flag brought to you by ACC Drive for Niklas Huben, who goes on for the final lap of the race. Meanwhile, here on the other side of the circuit, Josh Boothby basically pushing his own car outside any single limit that has been achieved by physical and chemical engineers at the moment. He's still in second place, hanging on. As he goes on to the final lap, he crosses the line. Nunchucks is still behind. Boothby is still in second place. And the 101 completes last source in second. Now the worst part for Boothby. He cannot really defend here. He just has to witness the BMW having a possible better run into the Camel. Now can he remain in front with the power of everything that this car has to give, which isn't much, but let's be fair, at this point it's 99% Boothby. Putting the car in second place. Najax is trying something. He cannot find anything though. He's really trying whatever is possible, and inside he goes. He cannot. Boothby still second. Najax still third, flashing the light, asking the other GT4 to evaporate because they could be detrimental to his pace. The 402 leaves the way to both cars as Huben is on the final moments of its 4.5 hours race, practically leading a good chunk of it after a great battle with Hoplite, which unfortunately saw the end of the Hoplite racing car into the barriers in Eau Rouge. And this is the win for Niklas Huben, for Michael Tascher, for Bastian Richter after 4.5 hours, and this is their win in the Spa-Francorchamps round in the ACC Drive Endurance Championship. Now this is still going on. I just cannot believe it. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have bet a single euro on this happening, and yet this is still going on. Can Naujox throw the car as if it was a dart into the bus stop, or will Boothby complete the miracle? He does so. He remains second. Naujox cannot pass. He tried everything at the very final moment, but Boothby goes on to complete the race in second after starting in 26th place. Naujox in third. Pocketov for Motor Sharks Esports in fourth, and then it is still the battle here between Ian Rushal and Redon Messois going on the left side of the racetrack, on the outside it tries. Even for him, a battle against a car with the whole tires and expense, unfortunately, and that's Redon Messois in 5th place. Ian Rushal will complete the race in 6th place. For DXT Motorsport and Dominic Cypress for CMRC Endurance by Barminia 7th place they started from, 7th place they will finish in. As Anthony Podinski just behind the 8th place for We Play, the 9th place for LFM Esports after a drive-through for a penalty. The 108 completes the race in 9th place. And that's going to be also 2nd place for Firefly Racing. Unfortunately, because of the fights and everything in between, I lost the 1st place in GT4. I will show you the winners in GT4 shortly. But this is the 403 Firefly Racing completing the race in 2nd place as Luis Petzold. In the 401, Luis Petzold wins the race in GT4, solo driving 4.5 hours. The burnout. Well, it was a effort there. Do a Denny Hamlin, thanks. No, it doesn't. Okay, no, he just goes back into the garage. I hoped for a Denny Hamlin, going for the whole length of the racetrack on... yeah, exactly this one. The 405 completes the race, burning out the tires as much as you can, in 29th place overall. And this was the race. So Niklas Huben completing the race in 1st place. Okay, completing the race in 3rd place. Boofby somehow in 2nd, and Niels Naujoks that is not in the lobby anymore. 3rd. Then in GT4 we've got Luis Petzold completing the race all on his own in 1st place. Yannick Schumacher with... Okay, never mind, I cannot know. Yannick Schumacher in... alone, solo driving in 2nd place, and Nikolai Polyakov and Mikhail Krasov in 3rd place in class. It was quite honestly absurd to be seen. But Alendrei Cruz and Niels Naujoks weren't able to get 2nd place out of that. It was outstanding for George Boofby. So these were the... This is what... I can't speak anymore. These are the results for our race. If they ever want to appear, which would be nice of them. No rush. Okay, the GT3 ones are... Okay, no, it's still on Donington. Can you please update yourself, please? No? Why? Possibly because it's still updating it right now. Yeah, like, please do it. It's still in Donington. I'd like to see the latest results. It's good that the survey is having a bad time at the moment, because it's not even appearing. Like those are the GT3 ones. Please do it. No, okay. I will go back to Tower then in ACC. So, majestic race, to say the least, as I lost everything, okay? So Niklas Huben, Michael Tauscher and Bastian Richter won the race in the 103 Team Nitro. And 2nd place for George Boofby in the 255 competition by Go Setups. And the 3rd place for Alan Drake Cruz and Niels Naujoks in the 102 BS Plus competition. Then in GT4, we've got Luis Petzold in the Maserati D Dynamic MS Youngstars. Yannick Schumacher in the 403, which unfortunately I cannot remember the team name. And Nikolai Polyakov and Michael Krasov for Ford Club in the 402 GT4 Maserati, even for them. Now, can this work? So I kind of need it. Say another refresher. Okay, we'll click harder. Maybe it works. No, unfortunately, no, it doesn't. Wait, the standings are working though. Let's give a look at the standings. So apparently it's this one that is not working. So if I go to the standings, it should with a very big S. Because it's not really working anything. Like not even a website. So I'm starting to think that I broke something, which is completely fair. I'm usually very good at it. Let me just go to the season. Send another refresh maybe. Can something work? Please, I need something, otherwise I can't really go on with my at least I won't say commenter, but at the very least my standings. Okay, maybe this is working. I don't think so though, to be honest. So yeah, it still has to update, which doesn't really help things out. Important, until the server is on, it cannot refresh. No, but I cannot see tonight's results, so I will solve for the usual. Maybe this works. So we've got at least something. Okay, Huben completed the race in first place in the 103. Then Bubid and Naujok Pogorelov. Then MSA 5th after a very final moment with Russell 6th place, Cyprus in 7th, Bubinsky in 8th place, Hoff in 9th, Poe in 10th. Okay, I can go here. Yeah, it's a bit better like this. So you can see also the teammate. Kolosov in 4th, Mesov in 5th, Russian and Agerer in 6th place, Cyprus Centner and Rode in 7th place, Pobedinsky in 8th, Hippo Schneckenburger in 9th place, Paul Vasquez Rodriguez and Miguel Ricci in 10th, with Luboslavski and Gamov in 11th, Brenum and Nordberg in the West Competition Racing BMW in 12th, Opel 13th, Erpel 14th, Max and Krillin in 15th, Calendini and Pagliai after the incident at the start of the race in 16th, Burr, Beckman and Croce in 17th for Fisher Racing Esports, Scotland, Maniram and Ragland in 18th place. Oh, yeah, disconnected. Van Niemen in 19th, Buscher and Buscher, suppose the brothers in 20th, Hugland, Meggensen, Berends in 21st, Freitag and Vimosar in 22nd, Kosut and Merlin 23rd, Petzold winning in GT4 class in 24th, Schumacher in 25th, Polyakov and Krasov in 26th, Gebel in 27th, Zero and Ripper in 28th, Marquez in 29th, Korn and Park in 30th, with Drabol in 31st, Grenier in 32nd, Winch and Hughes in 33rd, Panetta and Wesker in 34th, Raunio in 35th, Barakuda in 46th, Denisenko in 47th, Terry and Buttons in 38th, Tenitri in 39th, Leonard Francia and Morgan in 40th, Ramune and Naldi. Unfortunately, this is the start of the DNFs. In 41st for Hoplite, Thauer in 42nd, Berman in 43rd, Zimbal and Schubeck in 44th. That's the car that disconnected early on. The Vincenzo Speed Racing. Buining in 45th, Shalas in 46th, Kritin in 47th, and Merli and Kosut in 48th place. Now let's see if the results are now working, which I don't think so. Okay, obviously. Okay, I just give up at this point. And even the standings, I don't think they have any update on their behalf. This should be slightly different now. Okay, now the results are now on. So, just want to show you the results and then we can go have some dinner. Yeah! I made it! No! Give me back! Okay, Dynamic MS Youngsters in first place and Firefly Racing in second, the only two teams on the lead lap, then Port Club, TG Racing, GC Racing, Desmo Racing, Bushels Racing Team, Rank Racing, Pixel Pirates and Apex Predator Racing Team. This is your top 10 in GT4 for all of the 21 teams. And then in GT3, it's Team Nitro that won the race, 41 seconds in front of 255 competition by Ghost Setups, BS Plus competition in third, Motor Sharks Esports in fourth, French Connection in fifth, DXT Motorsports in sixth, seventh for CMRC, We Play in eighth, LFM Esports in ninth, and Best Friends Esports in 10th place, with some DNFs along the way to be it's only 3. The Los Pasos Hermanos were 4 laps off the lead, but it's still points. They still count. Unfortunately, the Plight will just receive 79 points. It's not great for the standings, which are here, starting with GT4. I don't think they are updated just now. They are. Dynamic MS Youngsters still leading in front of Ford Club and Firefly Racing in third, with Kalin Racing Team and Fisher Racing Academy in 5th place. Then we go into the GT3 overall whenever they want to update. West Competition Racing still leads the way in front of Fisher Racing Esports, New Engine still in third, CMRC Endurance in fourth, MR Reparto Coaching still in fifth, Close Quarter Racing in sixth, then Alpha Racing Team, Armamentario, LFM Esports, and Fisher Racing Academy in 10th place. So we will go into our schedule, because the next Thursday is the KFT.de Pro Series, and next Thursday is the 22nd of May, and it's the Porsche Cup at Watkins Glen, so be sure to check it out. And then Saturday and Sunday next weekend will be the 24-hour of the Nordschleife, so be sure to be there either as a viewer or as a driver. In the meantime, I'm Cristian Romano. This was the 4.5 hours of Spark Champs. I hope you all had a wonderful time, and in the making, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world, and see you next time. Bye!